I present to you the top 10 weirdest looking dinosaurs. I want to state the obvious and tell you that I'm going to be butchering the names of these dinosaurs. In at number 8, we have the Tradoon.
In 1856, the fossilized teeth of a small dinosaur were discovered in Montana. The species was aptly named Troodon, which means wounding teeth.
Tradoon.
When evolution passed out the stealth gene, Troodons lucked out.
Tradoon.
This drawer contains almost all of the North American identified specimens of Troodon.
Troodon was every inch the predator, with razor-sharp serrated teeth and large, hook-like claws. Troodon probably fed on our ancestors, the early mammals. Troodon may have posed a greater threat to mammals than any other predator on Earth. The Troodon was suddenly cut down in its prime.
Tradoon.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Victorious, right off the bat. 45 months at tier 3 there. Really appreciate that. And hang on a second. Our sound isn't working. It had a Windows update, and then all of the... hang on. All the audio settings are off all of a sudden. Hang on. Properties. Headphones. Hopefully that's better. Hopefully there isn't an echo there. Let me know if there is. Anyway, live broadcast. You never know what's going to happen. Sometimes you have to restart the computer right before the stream starts because another thing isn't working, and Windows updates, and you know how it goes. Anyway, welcome everybody to Paleontologizing. It's a brand new week. March 16th, 2026. We're going to be doing some paleontologizing here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. Hopefully, you know already that a paleontologist is a scientist who studies fossils. That's what I do. I work on fossils, on mostly dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I present on at academic conferences, and what I excavate during the summers, or at least during the field season. Looking forward to devising some fieldwork plans this week, actually. Gonna start putting things on the calendar. Very excited about that. But yeah, last week we spent 11 weeks in the field. That's a new record for me. 11 weeks of excavating fossils and collecting data and streaming almost every day. Tried to stream 7 days a week when I'm in the field. We might exceed 11 weeks this year. We'll have to see. But yeah, anyway. I'm glad you're here. If it's your very first time, then please say hello if you wouldn't mind. Lurking is fine too. Love those lurkers. The whole point of these streams is to do science outreach, to introduce people to fossil science. I want you to be able to share in the wonder and awe of natural history. we're incredibly lucky to be able to know anything at all about the history of life on our planet Earth through the fossil record. It can give us a fantastic perspective on the world around us.
Playing tag with you.
And thank you, Tone Rebellion, for the 100 bits there. I appreciate that.
Danny, could you
Yeah.
tell me where you stand on grouping theropods with ornithischians vs grouping them with sauropods?
Yeah, there's an echo there. That's a little strange. Hang on a minute. Why is it doing that? Do you hear that echo as well, chat? Here, I think... advanced audio properties. Let's just try... monitor... Oh, or no, hang on. Monitor off. Let's see if that works. Anyway. You don't hear an echo on your end? Well, I hear it on my end, and it's distracting, so we'll see if I can fix that. I'll get to your question in a second, Tone Rebellion. The whole ornithoscalida hypothesis. We'll get to that. It's such a fragile, wispy thing, that newish hypothesis. What was that? Barron et al. 2017, I think? We'll get to that. But, anyway. Oh, and Sweetie Pie is hogging the limelight once again. How are you doing, Sweetie Pie? She's keen on moving the camera around. You love doing that. It's like your favorite thing. Anyway, yeah. Really excited to be able to plan out some field work this week. I've got a phone call with Ethan Cowgill tonight. Gonna figure some stuff out. We might be doing some fundraising here on stream. But, hey, Bush Doctor, yeah, that's what she's saying. And, Inodiat, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Appreciate you being here. Hello, hello. Like I was saying, if anybody has any questions at all about the fossil record, about extinction, evolution, how we get all this incredible biodiversity that we have today, if you have questions, any questions at all about the history of life on Earth, in general, or maybe dinosaurs in particular, because dinosaurs happen to be my area of research interest, what I actually study and publish on. Do not hesitate with those questions. That's what we're all about here. This is an interactive, live science outreach endeavor. It's your questions that kind of form the bread and butter of these streams, you know? The real, veggies and potatoes, so to speak. Huh. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. And right off the bat, I think we've got a... Well, you know what? Maybe we'll see if we can take a nice screenshot here with Sweetie Pie. For the old blue sky. Let's see if that's any good. And then we'll get this landlord paid, huh? She's like, it's the 16th of the month. You haven't paid since the 15th of the month, yesterday. Time to pay up. All right, sweetie. All right, we'll make it happen. And that's, oh, wrong button. That's a decent screenshot there. We can use that. Anyway, yeah. And science is exhilarating. Absolutely, Cosmic Voyager. Yeah, yeah. Being able to understand the world around us using not just hunches, not just guesses, not just vibes, but using actual evidence to find out what's really what, how things really work. It's very exciting, because as it turns out, nature is far more fascinating than anything we can come up with on our own, you know? I guess that makes sense, because we ourselves, as human beings, are a product of nature. It would make sense that we would find nature so fascinating. Oh, Tweety Pie. Yeah, but some of us are maybe most concerned with treats. So, okay. Well, Sweetie Pie, let's see about getting you paid, huh? Yeah. Well. Oh, what's in here? Whoa. You don't seem super enthused about that. No? No? Alright, let's see about the new packages. We get a different reaction. Doing some science here. Oh. I'll run a little experiment. Let's see. Are you a willing subject to our test here, sweetie pie? Why don't you try this? Oh, I'll have a bit of that. Nice. There we go. You know, I think it's that the other ones are just kind of old at this point. They've gone a little stale. Maybe it's time to throw the old ones out. Huh. Maybe put them in the compost. Maybe we go full time with the new treats now. What do you think? Yeah? Yeah. And Cosmic Voyager, I don't think I want to equip Sweetie Pie with laser technology. I think that would be far too dangerous for all of us here. I think, that kind of implement... I think we might want to keep that away from her. No, it's Mini Pie we'd have to worry about, huh? She's the mischievous one. Hang on, do you want more treats? You want more? All right. Goodness. Look at all those. My goodness. Oh, good stuff. You're so spoiled, sweetie pie. You know that? Anyway, it's good to see all of you here, chat. I'm looking forward to a good week. It's gonna be nice. Fiddle Freak says I love her white socks. Yeah. And she's got a... It's hard to see under all of her fluffy fur, but she does have a new collar, too, with a really smart-looking kind of fabric rose on it. Huh. Where's that? Can we see? Oh, look there. Yeah, look at that. You barely even see under all that floof. Yeah. You gonna push the camera around? She is. She loves doing that. Anywho. Yeah. An XBBDD says scored a bunch of dinosaur prints from thrifting. Good for you. Excellent. Are they any good? I know that was a trend a while ago to for people to go to thrift stores and buy old paintings for really cheap and then paint dinosaurs into the scenes. I've also seen people paint like AT-AT walkers into various thrift store paintings. Yeah. Stuff like this, I think, is amusing. It's not the best T-Rex there, but it's okay. Yeah. And who is this? I don't think that's a dinosaur. I think that's from Beetlejuice. And this kind of barely counts as a dinosaur. Godzilla and King Ghidorah. Good stuff. Bush Doctor says, I've never heard of people doing that. No, it's definitely a thing. Yeah. That's really good, actually. I like that a lot. Too bad it's on Reddit, because it won't let us embiggen it properly. Oh, it kind of is. Okay. Nice. But, yeah, anyway. I think that's a lot of fun. Oh, Mark Hallett illustrations. Oh, very nice. Okay. Brilliant. Mark Hallett has done some really influential paleo art. There's a book that I got Does anybody remember zoo books? We have any children of the 80s and 90s, or people who were maybe alive during the 1980s and 1990s? Anybody remember zoo books? Zoo books. I think there is a here. We're gonna violate our no ads for subscribers policy. Let's see if we can find a zoo books ad. Because some of you are gonna remember this. But Mark Hallett did the dinosaurs one. There we go, zoo books. Good stuff.
Now your child can visit steamy jungles, grassy plains, and
Not
the
just your
dark
child,
depths
maybe
of the
you.
oceans to meet and learn surprising facts about the magnificent animals that live there, all through the captivating, colorful pages of Zoo Books. The publication is specially created for young readers. Each monthly issue.
I had like 3 of these growing up. I remember I had the dinosaurs one, which I read cover to cover, and it basically disintegrated, I think. I had the skunks, weasels, and their relatives one, the one on mustelids, and I had the one on bears, I think. Yeah.
Of Zoo Books is packed with breathtaking full-color photos and scientific.
Yeah, there's Mark Hallett's art there.
Plus,
Oh, and you know what? They're in the sharks one. That's also Mark Hallett's art. I recognize that style, I think. I didn't know he did the sharks one too. Very
plus
cool.
games and puzzles. Today, through this exclusive TV offer, you can get 12 fascinating issues of Zoo Books for the special price of $19.95.
And that is, holy cow. I wonder what that would be today with inflation. But I actually have a hard copy of the dinosaurs one. It was right here. It's such an essential publication because I refer to the illustrations in it a lot when I'm talking about things here on Twitch. Here it is. Yeah. This was a big part of my childhood. Again, this is a hardbound one, not like the original where it was a magazine. But, yeah. So this artist, Mark Hallett, oh man, I remember this. I had this on my wall as a poster for years and years. And you could still get this in some museum gift shops today, but this is supposed to show the major groups of dinosaurs. Since then, there have been some big revisions where, like, for instance, what is Pachycephalosaurus doing there among the ornithopods? What? What? That actually could come back if certain cladograms prove to be robust. But anyway, yeah. So Mark Hallett's illustrations here are just superb. Again, I remember looking at these as a kid and being like, you know what, someday that's going to be me. I'm going to be working on these critters. That's going to be me out there in the field, excavating these fossils, making plaster jackets. And you know what? Today that is me. It's, kind of wild to think about. But anyhow. And Aaron,
We've got an amazing 70 million year old dinosaur.
thank you for the 20 months of support. Hope you're a little more careful than this kid with that responsibility. Thank you for your ongoing support, Aaron. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. And look who's back. It's Claire Burr. How are you doing, Claire? I take it the phone issues have been resolved?
Are once again invaluable.
It's good to have you here, Claire. I know that a lot of people find two-factor authentication, 2FA, to be very useful, but man, it can it can provide some problems too. It's good to see you back, Claire. It's good to see you back. Yeah. It is a good thing until you have no phone. Yeah, I'm glad you're back, Claire. It's good to see you. We missed you. Anyhow, Gimpleg, thank you for the 23 months of support, by the way. Don't want to let that slip by without commenting. I appreciate it, Gimpleg. Thank you for keeping me here on the air. We got a hype train started. Brilliant. Well, we see we've got a new sub goal for the week. We're already 2 subs into our 175 goal. We'll see if we can get there. I've definitely got some expenses coming up with some travel and some stuff. It'd be nice to be able to hit those goals. But yeah. And holy cow, Anonymous Gifter helping us get ever closer to that goal. Thank you, Anonymous Gifter.
Anonymous just changed things with those 5 gift subs.
Shoveling some gift subs into the furnace of that hype train there. Appreciate that, Anonymous Gifter. Thank you. Appreciate your generosity. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you for it. As do those 5 lucky recipients. Excellent. Let's talk about what we're going to discuss on today's stream. It's going to be pretty open-ended, pretty loosey-goosey. Don't have like a huge overarching topic today. I figure Mondays are a time to kind of catch up. Oftentimes new folks will show up on a Monday. But I want to talk a little bit about some of the stuff I did over the weekend. We've got a heat wave coming up here in the western United States too. I want to talk a little bit about that. I figure that might be a nice springboard for discussion. I want to talk about some of the books that I've read recently and new books that I'm starting to read. You can use the !reading command to check out on that during any stream. We'll do some Metazua, and we might take a look at some fossil news as well. So yeah. And XBBDD is on a roll today. They said the skull reminds me of the skulls in the Carnegie Museum.
Try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Gentle Freak, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you. God. This is indeed a skull that was in the Carnegie Museum for years and years until they got a better one. But that is the skull of Dippy, the Diplodocus. The original Dippy specimen, which is actually a composite, it's made of several sauropod dinosaurs. That's at the Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. There were several casts of the Dippy skeleton that Andrew Carnegie bankrolled and then sent around to various places around the world. So there's one in the UK, was at the Natural History Museum in London for over a century. That is the skull right there. There we go. Same one.
I can see that my 50,000 a year has been well spent.
Holy cow, Science Streams, thank you.
Thank you
The
for
59
all
months.
Professor Mendoza.
Thank you, Bullet. Holy cow. Tier 3. Holy moly. Really appreciate that. Anyway, this is the same skull right here, so, good eyes there. Excellent observational skills there, XBBDD. That is indeed Dippy. And this is Minnie Pie. Hello, Minnie. So we can see Minnie's fancy springtime collar with the flower on it. You're short hair. Yeah. We can see that. We can see that. Anyway, another one of my landlords come to visit and collect rent. They're always doing that, you know? They're always doing that. Anywho, Belinda, I hope you had an excellent weekend. I hope you and Lita and the kiddos and the cats and everybody are doing well. It's good to see you as always. One of these days, I want to organize a trip to Pittsburgh to be able to go see Dippy in person and see some of the specimens that I've helped dig up for that museum. And I know, well, things are pretty close together on the East Coast, right? Science Streams, that whole operation is in New Jersey. That's just a short hop, skip, and a jump from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, right? I'm sure I could, you know, kind of cram that all into an afternoon. Go see science streams in person. Go to Pittsburgh. Go to New York. Maybe, yeah, maybe go on down to Florida as well. Everything's real close on the East Coast, right? One of these days. One of these days we'll make that happen. Anywho. But, yeah, we've got rent payments to make, apparently. This is a shakedown, huh? Yeah, she's like, nice stream you got here. It'd be a shame if a black cat showed up and kind of stole all the attention. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we wouldn't want that to happen. Yeah. Go see a lobster in Maine. Yeah, there you go, Lordy. Yeah. Yeah. You'd be 6 hours from the OG Hadrosaur. There you go, Valent. Yeah. Yeah. I would love to actually organize a trip to the Academy of Sciences in Philly. I think that would be really neat. One of these days. One of these days. Huh. Huh. Yeah. Well. Alright. Is it treat time? Is it treat time? Let's see if Minnie Pie will eat the old treats or if she just wants the new ones. What do we have here? Oh, what's this? Oh, you eat the old ones? Excellent, okay. Crunch them up. There you go. Excellent. Let's get you another one. Want this one? Yeah? How about this one? Yeah. Oh. Yeah, crunch them up. These are dental treats. They're supposed to be good for her teeth. And she's leaving crumbs all over the desk. Making a mess. You're making a mess. Oh, look at all those. And True Duck Lover says, I wonder if dinosaurs ever fed other dinosaurs, other species of dinosaurs like pets. I wonder if it's unique. I know it's unique to humans. It's not, well, depends how you look on it. There are animals that will feed other animals. Science Streams can tell you all about this. Let's get another shout out for Science. You get that kind of mutualism, or it might even be more akin to like farming. But you get that in certain species, like ants will actually feed aphids in order to be able to kind of cultivate them, keep them happy and healthy, and then the aphids produce a kind of sweet fluid that the ants then feed on. So they're almost like milk cows. Yeah, milk the aphids. There you go, Claire. Exactly. I feel like that could be an album title. A couple summers ago, Fisher and the guys and I came up with the name for a band. It was Johnny Iguani and the Aeolian Boys. Aeolian means like wind-blown sediment, like aeolian deposits, ancient sand dunes and things like that. Yeah, Johnny Iguani and the Aeolian Boys. Milk the Aphids would be a nice album title. I like that idea. But anyway, there is a lot of mutualism like that. And Max Devlin says, don't some ants also feed caterpillars? I'm not totally sure, Max Devlin. You know, You should go follow Science Streams. Ask Balint or Lita when they're live. Yeah. And Tulip Waltz, thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Yeah. Casey Stewart says their first album would definitely be Milk the Aphids.
But those claws on the wings are once again invaluable.
Isn't it customary for the second album to be the one with a title? Usually there's just an album. Your first album is just the name of the band, right? And then your sophomore album, as they call it, is the one with the... Listen to me being all, well, actually, the conventions in popular music dictate the album titles. But no, I think that's how it normally goes, right? Yeah. Self-titled premiere. Yeah, like, I think the White Stripes were like that. White Stripes discography. Yeah, see? First one is The White Stripes, and then Distill, White Blood Cells, Elephant, which I think is one of the greatest albums of all time. I'm not a music critic, so who cares what I think? But, man, that's a great album. Anyhow, that sounds appropriate. Yeah, so we'll let that be the sophomore album there, Casey. Yeah, maybe you'll be in the acknowledgements. But yeah. And you are a music writer. There you go, Gimpleg. Did I butcher that? There are plenty of bands that never do a self-title, and several whose sophomore album is Oh! So it's not a hard and fast rule. That makes sense, Gimpleg. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, okay. Glad this band has it all planned out. Oh, yeah. You know, we try, Casey. Well, we don't have it all planned out. I mean, we don't necessarily have, like, any songs or instruments or a genre picked out, but we've got the important stuff, like, you know, the band name and the sophomore album title. The things that, actually matter, you know? Fairly musical clip somewhere. Yeah, I'm sure there's a few, Casey, yeah. But yeah. Oh, and we do have here, Utah Raptor, I'll get to that question in a minute. It's a good one. It's a very good one. Actually, Saurischian dinosaurs are the ones who survived. It's birds. But first, we had a question about the whole Ornithoscelida hypothesis. So, here. Saurischians and Ornithischians. So, when we're classifying dinosaurs, when we're trying to figure out who's related to whom, and kind of making a tree of life, there was a guy a long time ago who came up with this observation. Harry Govier Seeley was his name. And Seeley realized that there seemed to be some differences in the hips of dinosaurs that were notable. Seeley realized that it seemed like you could organize dinosaurs into two groups based on the shape of their hips. The bones in there, the ilium, the ischium, and the pubis, they're arranged differently in different dinosaurs. In Ornithischians, you have, well, the ilium is on top in both of these groups. Ilium. The ischium points backwards in both groups, but the pubis is the one where it's very different. In Saurischian dinosaurs, generally the pubis points forward, kind of like in lizards. And Ornithischian dinosaurs, and this is confusing because they're flipped, like, They should really be oriented the same way, but they're not here. This is the front of this pelvis, and this is the front of this pelvis, so they're facing each other. But anyway, in ornithischians, you've got a big prong on the ischium that points backwards. And you typically don't have that. Oh, excuse me, the pubis. Big prong on the pubis that points backwards. In saurischians, generally it points forwards like this, like it does in birds. Or in, in lizards. So we've typically separated dinosaurs into two distinct groups. They evolved from a common ancestor, we think. Then very early in the Triassic period, they diverge. And they start to evolve in different directions. All the ornithischians are plant eaters. And the saurischians, these are all the meat-eating dinosaurs, plus the long-necked sauropods. So this has been the way that we've thought about dinosaurs for... well, for a long time. Oops. We're jumping the gun here, because the more heterodox hypothesis keeps showing up in the results here. That'll work. Yeah. Here we go. So, basic phylogeny, family tree of dinosaurs. So we have the Saurischia and the Ornithischia, and this is like the traditional view. As that very early on, as soon as dinosaurs evolved, basically they split into two major groups. You've got all the beaky plant eaters up here. That's all the stegosaurs and the ankylosaurs and the ornithopods, duckbills and other iguanodontians, your pachycephalosaurs, horned dinosaurs, your ceratopsians. They're the Ornithischians. Then you have the Saurischians over here. This is all the meat-eating theropods, including the birds. They evolved from this group. And then you have the long-necked sauropods and their relatives, like the prosauropods. So, two dinosaur clades, both alike in dignity, in fair Pangea, where we lay our scene. This is the traditional view. But there was a paper that came out in 2017, I think it was. Is it Barron et al. 2017? Yeah, there we go. Excellent. This will do nicely. So, classic interpretation, right here. Barron et al. 2017, in making some new family trees and coming up with new, plugging new specimens into this, like, computer program, they got a result where, holy cow, the theropods and the ornithischian dinosaurs are allied together, and the sauropods are over here by themselves. So this whole Saurischian ornithischian thing is gone in their interpretation. And this is a big deal, very controversial when it came out. Here's the thing, though. You make just a few tweaks to their approach, and it falls apart. So the whole, what we call the ornithoscalida hypothesis, that the ornithischians and the theropods should be allied together, this is a pretty delicate, pretty wispy kind of conclusion. You tweak just a few variables, and you don't get this anymore. So, the classic interpretation, Saurischia and Ornithischia, this is still kind of our general working hypothesis. Like when we run dinosaur phylogenies, this is usually the result that we get. But you could still do a few tricks in order to get this to come out. So it's worth knowing about this, but this is probably just kind of a fluke. It's probably not really this way, you know? The theropods and the ornithischians are probably not actually allied to one another. A lot of this hinges on critters like silosaurs. So silosaurs are these weird guys. Nobody really knows where they belong, who they are. They're typically considered like close relatives of dinosaurs. But if they actually are dinosaurs, if they're actually ancestral ornithischians, then that could change things.
every week like it's Shark Week.
Out of the
And
potato.
nothing's impossible except for dinosaurs.
Paleo
Don't give up on life, sir.
Paleo 3,
Wow. Thank you, Otto the Potato, for your continued support. 27 months is a long time. Thank you for keeping me here online for that long. Yeah. And Clouded Nova, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah. And Casey says, wait, what? 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 How did I miss this? Yeah, that's the thing, is that the whole ornithoscalida hypothesis is... It's interesting. It's not something that most dinosaur paleontologists take all that seriously. If anything, it kind of illustrates that what's going on at the base of Dinosauria, way back then in the beginning of the late Triassic, beginning of the upper Triassic, or maybe even the end of the middle Triassic, it's hazy. Like, we don't have enough dinosaur fossils yet, and we don't really know, like, where the ornithischians come from. Maybe they did evolve from silosaurs. Maybe these guys are super early dinosaurs, or maybe they're not. Like, there's still a lot of mystery there. So this is something to keep an eye on, but don't worry about it too much, you know? That's my take on the whole ornithoscalida hypothesis. I remember talking to Matt Corono at the Smithsonian. About this. I wasn't at the Smithsonian. We were at a conference in Utah, and I was talking to him about this. Like, what do you think of the... Whatever happened to the whole ornithoscalida hypothesis? You know, that was a huge deal in, like, 2017 when it came out. And he's like... that was such a fluke. You change just a couple things, and ornithoscalida falls apart. And it seems like that's kind of still the consensus, but we'll see. You know, it's something to keep an eye on, like I said. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Utah Raptor says, I will die on the Saurischia Ornithischia split. You'll die on that hill? It just makes perfect sense. I mean, here's the thing, though. This idea that all the dinosaurs are related to each other, they all come from a common ancestor, in the grand scheme of things, that's actually a more recent idea. Up until, like, the late 1970s, dinosaurs were looked at as kind of a grab bag. It's like, yeah, there are these two different groups of reptiles, Saurischians and Ornithischians. They're probably not actually related to each other. We just call them dinosaurs because it's a term of convenience. And then people like Peter Galton came along and said, wait, no, we think they actually are all related to one another. They all did probably come from a common ancestor. But there is, for like much of the 20th century, and maybe even the late 19th century, dinosaurs were thought of as maybe not a real group. As in, like, they're not different dinosaurs aren't necessarily related to each other. Ornithischians are and Saurischians are, but... Anyway, so if, again, if the ornithoscalida hypothesis tells us anything really, really interesting, it's that even if we're not totally sure which dinosaurs are most closely related to each other, which major groups, even if there is still some haziness about that, what seems clear is that all of the different dinosaur groups, all of the ornithischians and the theropods and the sauropods, they all seem to be allied together. It seems like they all come from the same ancestor. If they didn't, then it might not be as easy to get these different arrangements like this, you know? So, like, if ornithischians are the outgroup, or if sauropods are the outgroup, it kind of tells us that, like, hey, dinosaurs are a thing. They're all related to each other. We can argue about the specifics, but it seems like most, like, kind of whichever way you slice it, dinosaurs are a natural group. Does that make sense? So yeah. Anywho. But, Case Kuchin says, How do we know that Saurischia contains both? Somewhere I even heard a proposal to consider everyone on its own as sauropods, theropods, and ornithischians. So here's the thing, when we're trying to classify critters like this, we're looking at common ancestry. So I know I talk about this just about every stream, but it's really important. For dinosaurs to be a group, what we call a clade, here, a clade is a group of organisms that all come from a common ancestor. So they're all descended from the same original species. So this right here is a clade. You have 1, 2, 3 species here. A and B are closely related to each other. C is less closely related. But they all come from this species here. This is a clade because it's the ancestor and all of its descendants. This is a clade here because it's the ancestor and all of its descendants. There's just one. So of course this is a clade. This here is not a clade. Because, well, shoot, you're excluding this one, you're excluding those ones, and you're linking these together, but they don't share a most recent common ancestor, so that's not a clade. This is also not a clade. Sound effect. Because it's excluding this one. You've got the ancestor and all of its descendants except for one. So that's not a clade. Does that make sense? So when we say that, like, a natural group exists, when we say that living things are related, we mean that they come from a common ancestor. So here, we can kind of think of this, like, this green box here. Think about this as, like, Ornithoscelida versus the classical view. Whether it's sauropods over here, or whether it's ornithischians over here, the agreement is that, like, all these dinosaurs are related to each other. They're all dinosaurs. There's an older idea that these different groups, what we call dinosaurs, aren't actually related. So dinosaur wouldn't really be a real group. It would not be a clade. Yeah. Is this making sense? I hope it is. The Bush Doctor says, I get it now. Good. Good, good, good. Yeah. And Utahraptor says, that's why birds are dinosaurs. Exactly. Yes. Yes! Yes. Because, here, look at this orangey, yellowy box here. Not a clade. If you say, you know, I don't think of birds as dinosaurs. Birds can't be dinosaurs, you know? They're birds. They can't be dinosaurs. Well, then dinosaurs aren't a thing, then. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. If you take birds out, then dinosaurs aren't a thing anymore. Does that make sense? It's not a clade because you have the ancestor and all the descendants except for one group. That's not a clade anymore. You basically break the whole thing if you take birds out. Does that make sense? Yeah. And Casey Sommert says, so if that branch on the right split again, they would be their own clade separate from the Y branch on the left? Do you mean here in the orangey bit? Casey? I mean, it would... in the green box. Oh. So if that branch on the right split again, they would be their own clade separate from the Y branch on the left? Yeah, but, I mean, it would be a clade within a clade, if that makes sense. Think of it like Russian nesting dolls. You know, the clades fit into one another. So, here, this is a clade. This node up, containing all of these, is also a clade. And you can keep going back and back and back and back. Here, like, we can do that with the Tree of Life. So let's jump to us. Good old Homo sapiens. Yeah. There we go. So we, as human beings, all came from an ancestral population. We are a clade. A species is a clade unto itself. We're part of a larger clade called the... I forget what this one is called. don't think it's Hominidae, because I think that also includes gorillas. But anyway, we form a clade with chimps and bonobos. We form a clade here. We also form a clade with the African apes, Hominidae, right here. The great apes are also a clade. That's the ancestor and all of its descendants. That is a clade. And you can keep going further out and out and out until you get to all of life on Earth. But I think what's a little confusing here, like the reason why this is not a clade is that you're arbitrarily excluding this one. You can't do that. A clade has to be the ancestor and all of its descendants. You can't leave them out, you know? So, like, if we're talking about... If you call this apes right here, but then, well, human beings are over here and we're special. We don't want to sit at the same lunch table as the apes, you know? We're better than you or whatever. Well, then it doesn't make any sense, you know? We share a common ancestor with these guys. This is a clade right here. And this is a clade right here, and they're both part of a larger clade. If you leave one out like that, then you're messing things up. You break it. Does that make sense? Yeah. Anyway, I'm glad it makes sense, Casey. I'm glad it makes sense. Yeah. Anyway. And Question of the Bud puts it exactly right. Yes. The orange one here excludes one branch for no reason. That's why it's not a clade. Yeah. So I think why this is important here. Let's go to the actual web page here, because I think this is a phenomenal website, by the way. Can't recommend it highly enough. Understanding Evolution from the UC Berkeley website. Superb. This is an excellent resource for teachers, for students, for anybody who wants to understand evolution. So here, the reason why they have this diagram like this is they're trying to show the difference between a clade and a, I know this is confusing, a grade. Think of grade as like gradient, maybe, where it's like kind of loosey-goosey. A grade, like, this would be a grade, I guess, but not a clade. A grade is like, pfft, you know, we're not really following all the rules for what a clade is. So, like, if you call this apes and you leave humans out, that would be a grade and not a clade. Often it's used kind of derisively. It's not a compliment to say that something is a grade, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Mary Drop, Lock, and Poppins. What a great username. I'll get to your question in just a minute, but I'm trying to catch up right now. Some folks earlier who had questions about phylogeny and that kind of thing, so that's what we're doing at the moment. But excellent question about pupils there. We'll get to that in a sec. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, and I didn't say hello to you earlier, Sully. Welcome, welcome. That's not a name I recognize. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. What was the other question? It was about... Oh, from Utah Raptor 14. Considering that several clades we thought of went extinct with KPG, such as ammonites and technically Saurischian dinosaurs. No, Saurischians are actually the only dinosaur clade that didn't go extinct. Again, if we're going with this classic interpretation, Saurischian dinosaurs include the sauropods and the theropods. Birds are a kind of theropod. It means theropods are still around. So this clade of dinosaurs here, theropods, and thus Saurischians and thus dinosaurs, they're not extinct. They still have living representatives. We still have living theropods. But I think Utahraptor's question is, do we really know that all of the non-bird dinosaurs went extinct at the end of the age of dinosaurs? Like, we don't have great records from, say, South America or Australia or Antarctica at the end of the age of dinosaurs. Far away from that asteroid impact. Can we be sure that any little non-bird dinosaurs maybe didn't survive for a little while after that asteroid impact? And then they went extinct later? And my answer is, I guess it's possible. You know? There's a chance that some of these little guys maybe survived for a while. We don't have any evidence that they did. But it's not like we have great records from the earliest Paleocene of South America or Australia or Antarctica. So maybe they could have hung around. And there are some paleontologists who think, oh, maybe they did. Who knows? I certainly have my doubts. I think the more we study the KPG extinction, the more confident we become that this was just an absolutely devastating event. Like, we're really lucky that life survived at all. Well, complex multicellular life. We're really, really lucky that, like, that these critters who, nearly got entirely wiped out, like the mammals, we lost like 90% of mammal species. Over 90% of lizards and snakes. Over 90% of bird species. 100% of the non-bird dinosaurs died out. Like, we're really lucky that as many species survived as they did, because the more we study this, the clearer it becomes that, like, this was a really bad time to be a critter on planet Earth. Holy moly. We should count our lucky stars every day that when that asteroid hit, our ancestors, the little mammals, weren't completely wiped off the face of the planet. Because they nearly were. They were hanging on by a thread, it seems. Anyway. That's why I've got this necklace, you know? So yeah, anyway, great question, Utahraptor. A good person to talk about that would be like Matt Lamana, actually. In fact, if he's out in the field with us again this year in Wyoming, I'll see if I can talk to him about that. We've got another weird, cool South American critter. Like, to help illustrate this point, that, like, we don't have a great record for, like, what's going on in South America, sort of, or Australia or Antarctica, is, like, occasionally we still find really weird, unexpected dinosaurs where we don't know what the heck they're doing or even what they are. Good example of that is this guy right here, Jacopil, who we only have fragmentary remains of, but it seems incredibly weird, and it's hard to figure out where it actually belongs on the dinosaur family tree. Like, what are you, you know? Like, what? What are you? What are you doing? What? Is it a Thyreophoran? Is it related to Ankylosaurs? Is it like a weird late surviving Scelidosaurus type critter? Is it a weird, like, super basal ceratopsian dinosaur? Susie Maidmont thought that might be the case. She was the reviewer on the original paper looking at the lower jaw. Like, it's just an incredibly bizarre animal. And we don't have enough material of it to really have a good understanding of what this critter is. Again, the parts that are highlighted in the skeletal in white are the parts that we have. It's not enough to really fully understand this animal. But the reason I bring this up is it illustrates that there are still weird and wonderful things hiding in the fossil record of the great southern continents. South America, Antarctica, Australia, Africa. There are still tremendous mysteries just waiting to be solved in that part of the world. And I, for one, find that very exciting. I don't know, but I'll take two of them, please, says Sharky. Excuse me. I was really excited to print this. So this is from a a sculpt of Jakob Peel, again, interpreting this as a Thyreophoran dinosaur. But I thought it would be pretty nifty to have this up on the wall for some of our streams, so there it is. Yeah. I figured it would be a neat addition to the office here. So there you go. Yeah. And thank you, Casey. I appreciate that. Yeah. Speaking of 3D printing, we got the printer going right now. I would ask you to guess what it's printing, but nobody's gonna get it because I didn't give you any clues or anything, and this could be anything at this point. You know what? I will ask you, just because I think it's amusing. What do you think I'm printing right now? Take a guess. A footprint, says Casey. Surprisingly close. Something turtle-related, perhaps, says Fried Egg. Geeks is a massive copper light. A sit print? No, you're further away there, Casey. Not printing another 3D printer, Creative. No. Well, shoot. I'll tell you that it has to do with tomorrow's special topic for the stream. And, it's a large beast, I'll tell you that. Well, actually, kind of. Well, it is, but not... anyway. It's a kind of critter. Well, I'll put it this way. It's a kind of critter who was thought to be a different kind of critter by a U.S. president. To my knowledge, the only U.S. president who has ever published a paper on fossil creatures. There you got it. Yeah. Old TJ. Thomas Jefferson. Yeah. Dr. Hubbs Jefferson and sloths. So the giant sloth Megatherium was originally named by Thomas Jefferson. I think it's on March 17th that he published a paper on... Was it Megatherium or Megalonyx? I forget. It was Megalonyx. Anyway, I'm printing a giant ground sloth claw right now. That's what's on there. It's in 2 pieces because it was too big to fit on the print bed. But, here. Here it is. Whoop, that's not it. But we'll be talking about this tomorrow. There we go. Yeah. A big old claw from a ground sloth. A Rematherium, this one in particular. So yeah, we're going to be talking all about ground sloths tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. I will be starting late tomorrow because I've got some business in a different part of the Bay Area. Going to be doing some fossil stuff. So I'll be a little bit late to stream. That's just how the timing works out on Tuesdays oftentimes. But yeah, printing this right now. I actually had to turn it up on end. Like this. Doing a dramatic reenactment. Rotate lower part upwards. There we go, like this. So I could get it to fit on the print bed. So there you go. Maybe we'll assemble this on stream tomorrow. But yeah, it'll be neat. So yeah, ground sloths tomorrow. That's gonna be a lot of fun. What a cool group of animals. They really are. And I never realized Jefferson named a prehistoric critter. Yeah, Thomas Jefferson, in studying this animal, thought that it was a giant lion. He just had a few finger bones and claws, and he's like, dude, I don't know, it definitely a fearsome animal, probably a tremendous meat eater. It's a lion, I guess. And Jefferson didn't believe in the idea of extinction. Hardly anybody did at the time. Like, most people who thought about fossils and about natural history from like a European tradition at the time, they didn't believe in the idea of extinction. They figured if we find fossils of an animal, well, if they believed that fossils were like a natural phenomenon. Some people thought that they were like a trick of God or the devil or something like that. But if you were the sort of person who was like educated in European thought on fossils at the time, and if you believed that they were natural objects, then the assumption was like, well, since creatures can't go extinct, animals are divine in nature, right? They were created by a divine being. So it's heresy to think that they could ever blink out of existence, you know? So they have to still be around. So Jefferson is like, yeah, there must be giant lions with claws this big running around in North America to this day, you know? To this day! That's what he thought. And so when he sent Lewis and Clark out on the great Corps of Discovery mission across the newly purchased Louisiana Purchase and out to the West Coast, he told them to be on the lookout for 50-foot lions and giant mastodons and things like that, things that people were finding fossils of in the East. He's like, yeah, these animals must still be out there in the West. So be on the lookout for them. We'll be talking about this a lot tomorrow. It's going to be fun. So, I hope you join us for that. Yeah. There you go, Shark Geek. It is funny to think about that. Yeah, there was a T-shirt that you used to be able to buy. Yeah, there we go. This is a play on the phrase "teach the controversy," like people who wanted religious ideas taught in science classes. They're like, well, shouldn't kids know about the controversy? Shouldn't we introduce all these other ideas into science classrooms? Don't our kids deserve to know about the controversy? Like, no, there's such a limited amount of time in science class. Don't just teach them all kinds of slop garbage, like, teach them what we actually know. So anyway, yeah. Yeah. And, Mary Drop Lock and Papas, yeah. So anyway, I hope that... I think we're almost caught up on questions. Let's get back to, Mary Drop Lock and Poppins. You were asking about, pupils. The openings and eyes in dinosaurs and why they're often portrayed with, like, slit eyes, almost like a snake or something like that. And that is something that you see in a lot of pop culture, like, this is really annoying that they have this in Jurassic World, because we don't have any evidence that dinosaurs had slit pupils. I know that people like to portray them like this in movies and video games and stuff like that, because, oh, it makes them look scarier, right? Makes them look more like a lizard or a crocodile or something. But here's the thing. If there's something that we don't know about dinosaurs, because it doesn't readily fossilize, like what was their pupil shape or size or something like that. We can use what we call the EPB, the Extant Phylogenetic Bracket. This is a way of trying to organize our thoughts about extinct critters when we might not have direct fossil evidence. If we want to be able to frame our hypotheses, like this can help us kind of have a good starting point. So we look at the closest living relatives of, for instance, dinosaurs. You can do this for any fossil critter, but we're talking about dinosaurs here, and anyway. So the closest living relatives of dinosaurs are crocs. You can look at their eyes. And birds. Birds actually are a kind of living dinosaur. Birds evolved from a dinosaur ancestor. Birds literally are dinosaurs. And so in a lot of ways, since birds are living dinosaurs, they should kind of be our first stop, you know? If we're trying to figure out something about dinosaur teeth that you can't glean from the fossil record, well, birds are not a great starting point because they don't have teeth today. Crocs do. But anyway, for eyes, birds literally inherited their eyes from their dinosaur ancestors. This is how we know that dinosaurs had full color vision, that dinosaurs could have actually seen more colors than you and me. We as mammals only have tetrachromatic color vision, or we as primates, I mean. Most mammals don't even have color vision, really. We have every reason to think that dinosaurs did because crocs have full color vision and birds certainly do too. So anyway, when you talk to a paleontologist, somebody who works on dinosaurs in particular, a dinosaur paleontologist, about what the eye shape should be in dinosaurs, the answer you'll always get is look at birds first and foremost. So when I was making a life-size realistic puppet of a velociraptor, and I needed to give her eyes, I'll show you. Here we go. Here's me at TwitchCon this past year with Velia the Velociraptor.
Oh, very cool. Dinosaur prey.
Yeah, and she's got circular pupils.
Oh yeah, should we go see the giant duck real quick? I think we should take a look at it.
I actually used
This is what you could have.
I used eagle eyes, like taxidermy eagle eyes, as my eyes for Velia.
Have you ever met a velociraptor before?
No, I have not.
Yeah, this is Velia. Yeah. So we're walking around talking about how birds evolved from dinosaurs and that kind of thing. So hopefully that's plainly obvious. She's all covered with feathers and everything. So. Yeah.
Velociraptors were my favorite dinosaurs.
Oh, really?
Growing up.
Very
Yes.
cool. Now
They
you
have a
met a lot.
12-foot vertical jump.
Oh, wow.
Fun fact, I did my second.
We don't actually know that they had a 12-foot vertical jump. It's always so funny when, like, people have a really fun fact that they've learned about dinosaurs, and I try and smile and nod, because I don't want to go, oh, well, actually, but we don't know that Velociraptor had a 12-foot vertical jump. Yeah. Yeah. And here's a link to that VOD if you want to see that. And shout out to Draw Curiosity, who is my camera woman for this stream. She really kind of saved my butt here. We would not have had a stream if she hadn't stepped in to hold the camera. So thank you again to Dr. Ines there. And very nice Petrodactylus. See, Petrodactylus knows what she's doing. Circular eyes for Spinosaurus, yeah. I actually don't know what the advantage of having, like, vertical slit pupils is. And something I don't know enough about is, why do different pupil shapes evolve? What's the story there? I don't know a lot about that. Something to look into for the future. Anyway, we've got a bunch of stuff to cover. Even though this is kind of a loosey-goosey stream, I was going to do a blue sky post. I want to briefly show you the t-shirt designs that I worked on this weekend. I'm going to do Clipping Goat of the Week. I want to talk about this upcoming heat wave. Do Reading Corner. talk about some of these books. And then we've got Metazoa as well. So let's do the Blue Sky Post first of all. And, yeah, here we go. Let's snag this. There we go. Let people know that we're live. I don't think I did this on Thursday. With more paleontology Q&A on today's casual SciComm Twitch stream. Apologies for the noise. I'm going to use my number pad to do an M-dash. Soundboard. There we go. Paleontologizing. See how many feline interruptions we get today as well. Looks good. My landlord, Sweetie Pie, a long hair domestic cat with tuxedo-ish coloration. It's honking center stage, and behind us are a life-sized 3D print of the Dippy Diplodocus skull, as well as a model of the head and neck of Jacopil, here reconstructed as a weird Thyreophoran. There we go. And looks good. I think everything's spelled correctly. No typos detected. Let's post it.
Hold on to your butts.
There we go. And A Rushwing. Oh, I won't tell everybody that you're watching from the office. Thanks for joining us. Here's a link to that post if anybody would like to interact with it in any way. Good stuff. Greetings from Killarney. Greetings from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Chaotic Kitten, I hope you're having a great time where you are out there in Ireland. Howdy, howdy. We are shaping up to have a really hot week here in coastal California. Let's take a look at a live cam from the Lawrence Hall of Science right now. There we go. Beautiful sunny day, kind of hazy. I think there's a lot of evaporation going on because it's so hot out right now. Weather. Berkeley, California. 81, which doesn't sound that warm. That's 27 Celsius. But that's very warm for March. Holy cow. We are expecting a big heat wave here in the western United States over the next week. Let's see. There we go. Talk a little bit about this. I think it might be a nice springboard for discussion here.
In light of the intensity of the heat wave we're about to experience this week that we've been talking to you a lot about in our first alert forecast, I wanted to take a little extra time with you here to talk about some of the extraordinary things that are both making this heat wave possible and that are going to allow it to play out as intensely as it will. You can see the temperature.
Again, this is nuts. For anybody who's watching from a different hemisphere other than the northern hemisphere, if you're down in Australia or Argentina or Brazil or Tanzania or wherever. Tanzania is south of the equator, isn't it? I want to say Lesotho, if you're watching from Lesotho. It's coming up on springtime here. It is it's boreal springtime in the northern hemisphere. And so March is typically not a year where it gets super, super hot. So this is unusual.
Temperature profile set up here across the western U.S. More on that in 1 second because I want to give you the specifics for what this is going to feel like for your part of the Bay Area. But first, here's...
And this is, of course, focused here on the San Francisco Bay Area, so... Yeah.
Generalization. I just need you to see the headline before we get into the details. That's the next 7 days. This is going to be a rough week. Temperatures in the low to mid-90s. The perspective that we need on this is what the average daytime high for inland valleys in the Bay Area right now are. Tri-Valley, North Bay Valley, Santa Clara Valley. Your average daytime high right now is 67.
Yeah.
You have been living in the mid-70s for the last week. It's already been 10 degrees above average for a while. So you're kind of acclimated to what might seem like a new normal for mid-March. It's not. We're already well above average. But as we go into this week, this particular heat wave is going to put us into a bit of an overdrive scenario. So I want to give you a couple of items on the background of just how intense this.
So this is one of these things where people are going to be talking a lot about climate change, about global warming right now. And they're not wrong. That's the thing about particular heat waves. Any individual weather event that occurs, you can't really say that that thing in particular is because of global warming. But the climate change that human beings are driving by putting all this pollution up in the atmosphere, all these greenhouse gases, they're making those average temperatures higher on average. You have an overall warming trend, and so can we say with 100% certainty that this is because of global warming directly? No. But we know that events like this will happen more and more and more often because of overall global change in climate, because the global climate is changing over time. The analogy that I like to use, I've heard it before from climatologists, is that weather is like your mood. Climate is like your personality. It's like an overall vibe, like an overall overarching thing. It moves those baselines around. The averages shift. So, like, if your personality changes so that you're a more angry person overall, then that might mean that you have bad moods more often. You know what I mean? Is this an analogy that's making sense? I hope so.
It is, and why it's behaving the way that it is, because there are some interesting connections here for why we're about to have this heat wave.
Casey says, I want to believe it's not too late to reverse this. We can. Like, it's just... how bad is it going to get before we reverse it, if we do? Right now, we're not headed in that direction. Right now, oh boy, especially in the United States, things are headed in a really, really bad direction in terms of putting out more pollution, more greenhouse gases like that. Yeah, and I'm sure you're feeling this too, Casey, over there in Colorado. Like, isn't March time? Isn't March, that month, supposed to be the not the warmest, the snowiest month of the year on average? Don't you normally expect a lot of snow in March? And how warm is it there right now?
First thing is, we've been showing you the center of high pressure that is going to set up over us as we get into the middle of the week. That's one aspect about this. But there's another important aspect about that column of descending air that we are now about to be under the influence of for the next few days, really the majority of this week. The center of high pressure about to set up is actually going to be the strongest center of high
boy.
pressure set up over the western U.S. on record between the months of November and March. If you go all the way back.
So this is, since records began, since scientists started paying attention to this is going to be the worst one that's ever happened in March.
Back and look at the records between
Nuts.
1979 and 2021,
Yeah.
which is one way of categorizing this. That red bullseye on there shows you that we're about to experience the strongest center of high pressure to develop over the West in the winter. November, December, January, February, and March. Never done it this strong before, at least since we've been keeping records. How are we doing that? What is it about this particular setup right now that is allowing the intensity of this high pressure ridge to go so high? For that, we've got to find a tie-in, believe it or not, with what has just been taking place in Hawaii over the course of the last few days.
So this is going to be an El Nino year, right? Shark Geek would know. And we'll talk about corals in a second, actually, if you want to. But an El Nino year is when it is, I think, unusually hot and wet in the northern Pacific. Do I have that right? I think it's just in the Pacific Basin. I don't think it extends in the Atlantic, too. But, yeah, we're expecting that this year. We'll see what that means for leatherback turtles and my chances of seeing one in the Pacific this year. But yeah.
If you hadn't been following this story, Hawaii just shattered records for rainfall.
Yeah, holy cow. At the airport in Maui, I think, they had more rainfall recorded than has ever happened in the entire history of that area.
About 4.5 feet of rain
in
a 3-day period, actually, in Kauai. Which broke the all-time record for one of the places that's already notably one of the rainiest places in the world. So many headlines are happening so fast, it can be easy to miss incredibly significant ones like that. But the amount of rain that has fallen in Hawaii in the last 3 days has been off the charts. We are going to experience a side effect of that. If you look at all the...
And actually, here, I want to see if I can pull up a video of that real quick, because that is really dramatic in and of itself. So we'll go one layer deeper here in our science inception. This week, here we go. Nuts. What's going on? So here's another news broadcast.
14, want to get to some major rains that are causing severe flooding in parts of Hawaii. These downpours are filling a huge bowl that's formed by 2 mountains in the north shore of Oahu. Rising water knocking over a fence there, strong winds downing branches in the area. Cleanup crews are now picking up debris while police patrol these kinds of flood conditions. Some residents say they did all they could to prepare for the storm's arrival.
We did our part from widening it as much as we can. Without any support, but the issue goes all the way upstream. When there's torrential rains and winds combined with that, it just makes the issue even worse. And
so yeah, it's kind of nuts. Like, and this is an area where much of the, all of the bedrock is igneous. You don't have a lot of sedimentary rock in Hawaii. As I understand it, like, it should make runoff easier. When it's kind of, well, actually no, that might be an oversimplification, because porous substrates can sometimes mitigate flooding. But yeah, kind of astonishing what's been happening there. And hey, Gravity, welcome back. Good to see you.
Thanks, Kamaka. And as we just mentioned last night, we saw record-breaking rain. That is no exaggeration. It smashed the previous record by about 8 times. Experts tell us this kind of rainfall at this time of year is very rare. Kimberly Speakman joins us.
Not rare, it's unprecedented,
Bridget, experts tell me we can expect to see this type of severe weather during the winter, but not during the summer. The intensity of rain caught many folks off guard, including a local church. Fans are running full blast at Kaumakapili Church in Kalihi, as it's still trying to dry out from Tuesday night's flooding.
The front drain couldn't handle the amount of water, so the water started coming in.
He says there was water damage to the rugs and furniture.
Anyway, this is not as dramatic as I was hoping. Let's find the
record-breaking event is El Nino.
Sometimes when you get that suppressed trade winds, and you get some instability, you'll end up with a rain situation like we just had. We normally see maybe 8 days on average per year where we have thunderstorms in Hawaii, especially here on Oahu. But we almost never see it in June. So it's a really exceptional event to see it.
June, hang on. No, this is not a new report. Hang on a second. My bad. Here. Find stuff from this past week. Crazy Nut DK, thank you for the 53 months of support. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, here we go. This is what I was looking for.
Now, Hawaii has been whipped with heavy rain and strong winds from this powerful Kona low. Now, Kailua on Maui officially set a new one-day rainfall record.
That's what I was talking about.
Damaging flooding is occurring across the island, and winds could top 100 miles per hour off of Maui's summits. So let's welcome in Maui County Mayor Richard Bisson. Mayor Bisson, what are the current conditions right now? Thank you again for joining us. I know you guys are...
Anyway, the point is, like, we're seeing unprecedented things happen. Stuff that there's no record of. Ever since people started keeping records of weather events, ever since we actually started studying meteorology with any degree of empiricism. It's like records just being smashed left and right. And that's exactly what we'd expect to see with global warming like this, you know?
Off of Hawaii. It's coming up to the Pacific Northwest right now. Here's another way to look at this. Look at all the water vapor in the atmosphere. That's a lot of water vapor for this time of year. We're not getting the kind of water vapor Hawaii had, but there's still a lot of water vapor that is streaming into the west coast of the U.S. That water vapor is condensing out into clouds as it does so. As it condenses out into clouds, the very process of that, turning water vapor into actual clouds and, you know, manifested water in the atmosphere, that releases a lot of heat energy.
Yep.
That warms up the atmosphere. It's a very convoluted connection here, but it's been documented that a setup like this can really drive some of our extreme heat waves. We saw it happen a few summers ago in the Pacific Northwest.
And you're right, Mary Drop, yeah.
That process has been taking place. The center of high pressure that was already here just got significantly amplified, thanks to the pattern playing out over Hawaii with all of that introduced water vapor into the atmosphere over the west, which is now condensing into clouds and releasing its heat in that process. That is a large contributor to this, and it is a fascinating aspect. What happened in Hawaii was fascinating on its own, but for those of us who live here, to at least have the perspective now of seeing and knowing that there is a connection from one extreme happening in the middle of the Pacific to what's happening here. So what is this going to feel like for us here at home?
I hope this also illustrates that not only can we as scientists study these things, like there are meteorologists and climatologists, people who they've devoted their lives to figuring out how these things work, you know? This isn't grandstanding, this isn't guessing, this isn't going, oh, well, you know, I think I got a hunch, maybe it's like this. No, these are people who care as passionately about being correct about this than... Think about the thing that you're most passionate about in life. You got that? You thinking about that? These people care just as deeply about this, about understanding climate systems, about understanding weather patterns and being able to predict them, as you care about whatever you're most passionate about. And there are tens of thousands of people around the world who this is their life goal. This is what they do. This is what they are all about. And so it's deeply, deeply frustrating when you have people on the internet who want to say, well, you know, those people, climatologists, all these people talking about global warming, they don't really know what they're talking about. I say as I sit here and type comments onto YouTube. Like, it would be funny if this weren't such a serious issue. Like, this is the biggest crisis that any of us are going to face in our life. Like, this is an existential threat to society as we know it. A warming climate like this, everything being thrown off balance, and we're starting to see the effects of that. You know.
First thing we want to do is show you the daytime highs, and these are the numbers for Monday. Monday's the start of the
So anyway, this is all Bay Area specific stuff here. But holy cow, 84 in San Francisco in the middle of March. That's bonkers. That's crazy, you know? And there you go, Shark Geek. Yeah, Bill Nye's climate rant. Yeah.
Remember, 67.
I would play that, but it's
high for inland microclimates. Look at San Francisco, by the way, going to 84 for tomorrow.
Nuts.
Let's look at the peak. Here's Tuesday. Notice the colors got a bit more into the deep red shades.
Boy.
Now look at your numbers. This is Tuesday. San Jose, when you go to 90, you know, that's one of the other extraordinary
people are going to die from this, by the way. I mean, like, not to be morbid about it, but holy cow, all the people living on the streets in this part of the world, they will be at risk of death. If they can't get enough water, if they can't cool themselves down. Like, this is people who work outside for a living, agricultural workers, gardeners, people who have to spend their time outside. Like, it's bad.
You've done 90 in the month of March. You've done it plenty of times through late summer and early autumn, but never before in the month of March.
Just nuts. Yeah. So, and it's deeply distressing that this is all happening. When some of our most important infrastructure for studying this kind of thing is being dismantled. Here's an example here. And there you go, Snow Dentry. Yeah. Petrodactyl says, be sure your AC is working if you've got it. Yeah, that. Make sure that you have plenty of water. If you have a chance to, I don't know, right now, if you have empty ice cube trays, and if you're living in the western United States or anywhere where it's going to be really hot over the next week, fill up those ice cube trays and put them in the freezer right now. You'll thank me later when you can use them, because it's really hot out and you want to be able to cool down. Try and plan your day around not being outside in the heat during the hottest part of the day, generally from about 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Stuff like that, you know?
Trump administration is planning to close its largest federal climate research center. The White House Office of Management and Budget announced Tuesday it will be breaking up the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, calling it a source of, quote, climate alarmism. Some climate scientists have criticized the move. Boulder's Democratic congressman has vowed to fight the directive with legal action. CBS News environmental correspondent David Schechter joins me now. David, what is the administration planning to do, and what does this research center do?
Hey, Lindsay, let's just start here. Most people don't know what the National Center for Atmospheric Research is. So it's a bunch of facilities in the Boulder area. About 850 people work there.
And that's a ton of people, by the way. Like, many of those 850 people also support families, you know, with that income. There's like entire communities that are built around this. Like, this will be a massive blow to this area economically speaking. Like, there's going to be a lot of people out of work. You're increasing the unemployment rate. These people shop at grocery stores. They buy gasoline for their cars. They furnish their houses. All of this stuff. Like, by eliminating funding for this because you disagree with the politics of science, like, well, you know, we don't like that people are saying bad things about the oil companies and how they're wrecking the earth, so let's defund this whole thing. It's deeply evil. It's really like kind of the only way to put it. I don't want to mince words here. The people who are trying to shut down this science, they don't care about you or your family. You and your family could perish in a heat wave, and they'd be like, at least the stock prices from oil companies, at least that's going up, you know? It's good for my portfolio. Let people burn, is what they're thinking, you know?
And they do this, a lot of like cutting edge climate research there. The Trump administration says the intention is to shut down the primary operation in Boulder. They say they would maybe move some of the key weather research functions that happen there to other locations, but they haven't said exactly what they would be. What is critical about this location is that they develop a lot of data and a lot of modeling, and that helps us as people basically face the threats of climate change through tools that can give us early prediction of when there will be an extreme flood or an extreme storm of some kind. So a lot of practical things come out of that laboratory in Boulder that the president now says he's going to close.
How does this fit into the administration's bigger picture?
I think if you look at the pattern since the president took office, he has been eliminating or reducing the budgets of organizations that do climate research. That happened to the National Association of NOAA, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, a leader in climate science, also at NASA, another leader in climate science, and the EPA, and now here at this facility in Boulder. So it's a continuum of what's been going on. And scientists say, what's really lost is that
I'm holding my tongue as well.
Developed this science, has been the leader in this science. The people in our country, our citizens and citizens of the world, have benefited from the protections that understanding climate and its implications have. And so to abdicate that authority and to let, may mean in the future, unclear, but may mean in the future, that the models that we develop may not keep pace with the extreme weather that is getting more extreme based on climate change, including the things you just talked about earlier about the Arctic and the warming. And
I know, right?
Sea levels. So this is sort of a protection against maybe the worst effects of climate change, and now the government is sort of going to close this operation down.
All right, David Schechter, thank you.
Like, I know, I have colleagues who've worked there before, and like, people are out of a job now. The whole point is to destroy science in the United States. And I think these folks really don't realize that so much of the, like, incredible prosperity that we have in this country, it really is astonishing, and like it's kind of disgusting when you realize that so much of this is built upon exploitation of people in other countries. But we're incredibly lucky, like not lucky, fortunate. People don't realize how good we have it here in this country, and they're intent on just burning it all down for short-term profits. And it's going to make things worse for the world overall, you know? It's not like this is going to make a more equitable situation for people in Guyana, people in Eritrea, people in Laos. It's shooting ourselves in the foot as Americans. And then the blood gets all over everyone else, too. It just doesn't make any sense. You know? Yeah. Meepo Dwee says, wow, Laos mentioned? Laos is an important country. And I don't know, it often comes to mind for me thinking of what the United States has done to Laos in the past. Anyway, welcome, Meepo. It's good to have you here. Anyhow. There you go, Petrodactylus, exactly, yeah. Oh, boy. And I agree, Mary Choplock, yeah. Anywho, so that's something I'm going to be thinking about a lot, especially as it's so hot here in the Bay Area over the next week. I hope you're all staying cool wherever you are. Let's get into some of the stuff that I have on the agenda for today. Talk about the heat wave. Let's do a reading corner segment here. Somebody type in _reading into the chat. I've got a command that I'm trying to update more frequently as I'm going through new books and recommending them to people. Thank you, Claire. And there you go, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah, Italy's not in a great spot right now either. With, Lady Mussolini. Anyway. I hope you're doing well, Filippo. It's good to have you here. Can we get a shout out for Dyson Dinosaur there? Who is Twitch's other dinosaur paleontologist streamer. It's not just me. Dyson Dinosaur usually streams in Italian, but on weekends, when I'm not streaming, he does English language paleontology live streams. Lots of Q&A. Filippo works on mostly ornithischian dinosaurs. Here he is here. He's named a number of brand new dinosaurs just this past year. There's parts of Cariocecus there. There's a new iguanodont dinosaur that Filippo worked on. He does really cool stuff, so give him a follow if you want more paleontology in your life, especially more paleontology here on Twitch. Appreciate you, Filippo. Yeah, I've been trying to update my my reading command more frequently. Hang on, Filippo says I'm close to finishing another paper sent today to my co-author. It's one for my SVP poster. Filippo, that's really exciting. Holy cow. Oh, I can't wait. I cannot wait. That's going to be awesome. Cool. And UK checking it. Yeah, I know, right? Thorligator. Again, this is why elections matter, you know? There was a clear choice for a new king in the UK. And you folks dropped the ball, you know? Who you could have had running things. He's right there, you know? Anyway, I'm looking forward to doing a special stream on or around Attenborough's birthday. He's going to turn 100 in early May this year. Yeah. And yeah, Alberta and Catechin. You know what? That's the thing, is that, like, it's gonna... Things might get worse. Things might get a lot worse before they get better, but let's hope. Let's hope we can turn things around. We're gonna talk about books here. Before I talk about these books, I want to give another recommendation. One of these days I'm gonna fix up my website and have a recommended books page, because people are always asking me for book recommendations. This is my favorite novel that I've read in a long time, really. When we're thinking about climate change, when we're thinking about what's going on in the world, sometimes it's nice to have a little bit of a reason for optimism, even if it's just to, like, help imagine what things could be like if we just got our act together a little bit. And this book right here is something that I always recommend to folks. This is by a really well-known science fiction author, Kim Stanley Robinson. And it's a book set in a near future where the world is being ravaged by climate change. It starts off really, really bleak with this massive killer heat wave in India. And it's so gut-wrenching because it's so possible. It's such a plausible scenario. Just about everything that you'll read about in here is something that could really happen, and many of these things probably will happen to one extent or another. So in the wake of this devastating heat wave, there's like 20 million people who die over the course of like a week in India during this massive heat wave. And then that's the inciting incident for the whole rest of the novel, where people have to band together and fight against climate change. And the kind of centerpiece of this is the establishment of the Ministry for the Future, which is like a UN organization where trying to figure out, like, how do we actually make things better? How do we stop this runaway climate change? It's a story told from the perspective of like 50 different narrators. Really well written, really fascinating, really thought-provoking, and surprisingly optimistic. Not going to tell you how it ends, but I'd highly recommend it. It's one of the best novels I've read in a long, long time. If you find yourself despairing about climate change and the direction that the world is headed in right now, if this book sounds interesting to you, check it out. I think you'll like it a lot. I recommend it. I particularly like the audiobook, since it's told from the perspective of so many different people. And it is a long book. Not a short read. It'll occupy your time for a while, but it's, again, really thought-provoking. I really enjoyed it. I hope you will, too. I'd recommend the audiobook, because it does make things a little bit easier to follow when you have different voice narrators there. Especially since the textbook, which I also have, the hard copy is, sometimes it's a little purposefully cryptic in who is saying what, and I think that was kind of the author's intent. And you might really enjoy that, I don't know. But it takes concentration to follow some of those parts. When you get it as an audiobook, it is a little bit easier. So yeah. And Wombat Hole, I could do with some optimism. I recommend this. It's good stuff. Anywho, the book recommendation number 1. Already bought it based on your recommendation? Yeah, check it out, Heiki. It's good stuff. And yeah, Cassidy Rumor says I liked Red Mars by KSR. So yeah, the Mars trilogy, Ios has read these. She has these on her shelf. I've never read them. The first thing I've ever read by Kim Stanley Robinson is Ministry for the Future. But he's saying it's for this series, science fiction series about like the colonization of Mars. Speculative stuff, but thoughtful, I've been told. And hey, good to see you, Reiko. Reiko, you're here just in time because I started reading. We're going into like a reading nook section of the stream today. This is a book that I just started reading over the weekend by Massimo Pigliucci, who is an evolutionary biologist and I guess you could say, philosopher of science. Great writer. My one complaint is that he's really bad at coming up with titles. His title is not worthy of the book, and I feel like that's kind of turned some people off from reading it. Answers for Aristotle sounds so dry, but it's a book all about how, by understanding the philosophical underpinnings of science, I know this sounds dry, I promise it's good, we can be better scientists and better people. You don't have to be a scientist to read this book, but if you're interested in how science is undergirded by philosophy, this is an excellent book to get. Yeah, have to check that one out. Yeah, it's good so far. He's written another book that I really, really enjoy called, again, it has a terrible title. But the book is called Nonsense on Stilts, How to Tell Science from Bunk. reorganize my bookshelf here. Here we go. Nonsense on Stilts. How to Tell Science from Bunk. Again, terrible title. Excellent book. If you want to understand how science really works, what is the way that we demarcate science from other ways of knowing? Is creationism science? Spoiler alert, no. Is history science? Is the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, is that science? Is evolutionary psychology real science? Fields like this that seem like borderline kinds of things. How do we determine what could be called science and what can't be? What does it mean for a subject to be science? These are the sorts of topics that Pigliucci covers in this book, and I reference this all the time. This is a book that really kind of helped shape the way that I think about science in general. This is a book that he wrote after that, and I've just started it. I'm like 15 pages in. But recommending it so far. Good stuff. Yeah. An interesting Stoic lifestyle. That might be this one, Reiko, actually. Stoicism. Yeah. Oh, and interesting. On demarcating criteria, not determinations of what... Oh, interesting, Reiko. Okay, yeah. Yeah. And I have this book on my to-be-read pile. Nice, Saranlin. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah. So anyway, this is one of the books I'm currently reading. Another book that I have just started. I like to read at least 2 books at once. I'm going to switch between them depending on my mood. I've realized that genetics is a really big blind spot for me right now. You know? I'm a paleontologist. I don't know anything about DNA, about molecular phylogenies, about any of this stuff. Like, it's something that's well outside my realm of expertise. And I find myself increasingly talking about DNA, talking about genes, talking about how we figure out through genetic evidence who's related to whom and why. In an effort to kind of start to plug that gap in my knowledge and at least be able to speak on things with some semblance of articulateness. The Making of the Fittest by Sean B. Carroll. DNA and the Ultimate Forensic Record of Evolution. This book is 20 years old now, which maybe not ideal, but it's very well written and very well received, and I feel like it's an excellent kind of introduction to DNA and why it's important, you know? So far, I feel like my level of knowledge about DNA is not too far off from, say, Troy McClure here. Streets 000, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here.
Have you ever wondered why fat parents have fat children? Or why Chinese parents have Chinese children? It's no coincidence. It's because of DNA. Hi, I'm Troy McClure. You may remember me from such medical films as Alice Doesn't Live Anymore. And Mommy, what's wrong with that man's face?
But Mr. McClure, what is DNA?
What the? Oh, hi, Billy. Let's find out together. DNA is God's recipe for making you.
So, this is all a joke, but I do kind of feel like for most people in the general public, this is kind of their level of understanding of DNA. And mine is not much better, you know?
You take a dash of Dad, a pinch of Mom, then we bake for 9 months and That's good, Billy.
Mr. McClure, what does DNA stand for?
It's deoxyribonucleic acid. Just because I know what DNA stands for, though, doesn't mean that I really know much at all about genetics, about creating molecular phylogenies or anything like that. Just like because I know that SCUBA stands for self-contained underwater breathing apparatus, doesn't mean that I'm certified as a scuba diver. I'm definitely not. So I figured this would be a really good way to try to bring myself up to speed a little bit. You know, I read for fun because I really enjoy it. But when I can read for fun and help to ameliorate some of the blind spots in my knowledge, that's a win-win. So I'm how many pages into this? 29 pages into this. I think I started it last night. Something's on my current reading list. So yeah. There you go. Okay, yeah. Excuse me. But yeah, and I agree, Catechin, yeah. Regadactylus says it doesn't help that some of the people who pretend to be geneticists, behavioral geneticists, which is a fancy way of saying psychologists who don't want to be called a... Do behavioral geneticists not actually work with genes? What? Yowza. That's news to me, Reiko. Oh, holy cow. They argue that DNA is basically what Troy McClure said in that clip with fancier language. Oh, I've heard about that book. Yeah, oh boy. Yeah. So anyway, I'm trying to be better than that. So, I'll keep you appraised, chat. I like this so far. Really well written. And as someone was pointing out in the chat, very clever chatter was saying that this is not the same Sean Carroll as the physicist, who we think may have also been mentioned numerous times in the Epstein files. This is the Sean Carroll who shows up on this stream all the time. In those HHMI videos. He's an evolutionary biologist and geneticist. Yeah, here we go. Remember this?
Our planet has millions of species.
Sean B. Carroll.
Over 300,000 beetles alone. 17,000 butterflies. Thousands of mammals.
And is that right, Urgle Wurgle? Okay,
all
interesting.
Astonishingly different.
Huh. Green sea turtle.
How
Colonia
did so
Midas.
many species come to be? To seek insights into that question, researchers are focusing on places where species recently arose, such as the remote Galapagos Islands.
Scientists are making observations and conducting experiments that would have surprised Charles Darwin. And they're discovering new insights into what the great naturalist called the mystery of mysteries. How new species form.
Yeah, so, here's a link to that video right there. But, yeah. Anyway, I'd recommend this book so far, but I'm only 29 pages into it, so let's see how it goes. Another book that I have just finished, and I can enthusiastically recommend, is this one right here by paleontologist Darren Naish. I get a lot of questions about cryptozoology, and so I think this is going to be a new kind of standby. If someone is deeply fascinated by the Loch Ness Monster, or Bigfoot, or the Yeti, or whatever else, I can point them toward this book. It's very straightforward, very to the point. Not a lot of language flourishes or anything. This is not... maybe not the sort of thing that you would see at like an airport bookstore. But it's good. From the perspective of a paleontologist, what can we actually say about these purported cryptids in pop culture? How do we evaluate eyewitness reports? What are we to make of the complete lack of physical evidence? Things like that. Again, I need to be a little bit better about not being so snarky when I'm talking about this kind of thing. Darren Naish, I think, does a really good job of that. Where he doesn't pull any punches. He tells it like it is. I think he's also very kind in the way that he goes about talking about these phenomena. It's good stuff. And yeah, Reiko, I would recommend it for sure. And I think you can pick it up for fairly cheap. Because when it was new, this came out in 2017, I think? $10 when it was new. I bet you can get it for significantly less now. But, it's a good one. And it's a quick read. Like, I remember opening this up one night before I went to bed. And before I knew it, I was like 60 pages in. And it's only, let's see, excluding the notes and citations and acknowledgments. Oh, 221 pages? Okay. Shoot. I finished this in like a week. Only reading like a little bit each night. It's good stuff, you know? I think it's an excellent introduction to critical thinking about cryptozoology, because I know this is a huge topic in popular culture. There's so many different like popular television shows that have come out in the last couple decades about Bigfoot in particular. Yeah, I'd recommend it. Darren Naish's Hunting at Monsters. And Red Zed says, I love cryptozoology. I want to believe you should absolutely get this book. It's something that I've been thinking about a lot when we're talking about the wonder of the natural world. When we're talking about real mysteries from nature. I think back to when I was a lake monster obsessed kid, you know? I read everything that I could find on the Loch Ness Monster when I was about 9 years old. I think I was in 3rd grade at the time. Something like that. Are you 9 years old in 3rd grade? Do I have that right? I can never remember these things. This is like earlier days of the internet, and yeah, was just this idea of real life mysteries out there in the world really fascinated me. And I realized that could be a really powerful teaching tool. If we can kind of lean into this idea of the rare and numinous and mysterious, and use that as a springboard for talking about science and how we evaluate evidence, and I think it could be a really powerful thing. I'll see if I can find you a clip that kind of illustrates this. Where is that? I know I've got it in a playlist. Just give me a second here. There we go. Come on now. Yeah. Check this out right here.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
So again, you could take this clip and just change the music on it to kind of tap into that sense of like mystery and maybe even like a twinge of fear. Yeah.
This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I was out with my other friend and we were just about to start fishing and this giant head pops up behind.
It sounds like the start of a Loch Ness Monster sighting news report.
Us. And at first I thought it was a sea lion. The person I was with, he was like, that is not a sea lion, that is a sea turtle. We dropped everything. I just grabbed my phone as fast as I could. And I really didn't know that sea turtles could get that big. He was just cruising along the surface.
This is a leatherback.
Gracing us with his presence.
This incredible survivor from the Cretaceous period. I mean, again, this sort of creature, it's like a beast of legend, but they really exist. And you could go and see them. Like, there are vacations that you can, like vacation packages that you can purchase where you go and you see leatherback turtles nesting on the beach. That's the whole point. If you go to Trinidad or Costa Rica. Just astonishing, you know? This critter is practically like a legendary cryptid, except it is 1,000,000% real. You know? Just incredibly cool.
This is number one. I didn't know it was on my bucket list, but it clearly was.
Oh my god.
The last one I know was seen at that lodge was in 2008. They have a boat named after it, Leatherback. The sightings are so rare. It truly just is so magical for me.
Right there.
And it just makes me appreciate things so much in our waters. I just feel so special.
Fun fact, we call them ancient. They've been around this planet for 100 million years. Less fun fact, since 2003, they've been endangered. Rare sighting indeed.
Yeah, their populations have dropped by something like 95 to 99% just in the last few decades. They are in dire need of help, which is one of the reasons why we're going to be talking a lot about leatherbacks over the next few months. And I'm currently trying to organize a trip to Florida, where hopefully we'll get to see some leatherback turtles and I can stream that live. Very excited about that. We're going to be raising money for leatherback turtle conservation, and I'm still hoping to partner with some organizations like the World Wildlife Fund and Humane World for Animals, and maybe the Monterey Bay Aquarium, organizations like that. So, yeah. Abby Doobie says there have been quite a few Bigfoot sightings recently here in Ohio. Interesting. There's a video that I can recommend to any Bigfoot fans. Here we go. When people ask me whether or not Bigfoot is real, my standard answer for this kind of thing is, is Bigfoot real? Sure, yeah, absolutely. In fact, I think Bigfoot really exists in all of our hearts. You know? Aww. Is it a real flesh and blood animal out there in the woods? Is there a giant North American primate that's somehow able to evade detection from the 300+ million people who live in the United States and more additional people who live in Canada and in Mexico? Everybody who is literally like holding a high quality video camera in their pocket 24/7. No. There's no chance. Like 1 in a trillion shot that like a giant primate animal is actually like walking around living it. I mean, for one thing, there's zero fossil record of anything like that. Every other single large mammal species that we have in North America is well known from the fossil record, or at least we have some trace of it, including a bunch of species that are now extinct. obviously. We have fossils of lynxes and bobcats and moose and bison and deer and pronghorn and bears and pumas and everything from mice to polar bears. We have a fossil record for all of those animals. You would think that a giant North American ape would also show up in the fossil record if it ever existed here in North America, and there's just nothing. So that's my perspective as a paleontologist. But, yeah. So you're saying there's a chance, is baseball up. I'd recommend this video here for anybody who's interested in this topic. This is from the National Center for Science Education. She's the former president, Eugenie Scott, and she gave this really cool public talk about Bigfoot and other wild man of the woods legends. And as a physical anthropologist, that's what she's trained in, she has, I think, a really useful perspective on this kind of thing. Really fascinating stuff. So I gave you the link in the chat. Check this out. But yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Anywho, but people were asking about leatherback turtle trips. There are places in Costa Rica and in Trinidad where, this is so cool. Here, let me see if I can find you a video. Try to find one that's not 17 years old here. Here we go. Check this out. Quick little news report on this.
Managing Director of Nature Seekers, Suzanne Lacan-Batiste, said steps were taken to change the mindset of the people of Matura and environs.
This is in Trinidad.
To the preservation of the turtles who come to the beach each year to nest.
So a lot of investment went into that social build where we empower our community to actually become the custodians of this resource, the ardent interpreter, the ambassador for turtles. So moving from an ex-poacher or poacher into the interpreter has worked tremendously.
She said the turtles are respected by all.
I am here 30 years now, and I'm still all with the sculping. This huge animal, 1,000 pounds. If I try to dig a hole into the sand, it will cave in so many times. And she will sculpt this big 3 feet flipper and take off this and dig about 3 feet down into the sand and then lay 80 to 120 eggs.
I mean, that's pretty incredible when you think about it. Like, here's this animal. Where she migrates thousands of miles to a beach. Then, in the dark, at night, she emerges onto the sand. And thank you, Trainiversal, for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. She emerges there in the dark, in the middle of the night, hauls her massive body up onto the beach. She somehow finds a suitable spot. Nobody really knows how they pick these spots. But then she uses her hind flippers, which she can't see. It's not like she can look over her shoulder at what she's doing. She's doing this entirely through instinct and a sense of touch. And she uses these hind flippers to excavate a nest. And like the lady was saying there, if you or I tried to dig a hole with our hands, it would just keep caving in. Somehow these turtles are able to do that with their flippers. They excavate this huge hole. They lay 100 eggs in there. Like, I don't care how amazing you are, chat, but you couldn't lay 100 eggs in a hole like that. It's just astonishing. Like, these are incredible, incredible animals. Just Amazing.
To me, that's the most amazing sight that I've seen.
Minister of Planning and Development Penelope Beckles said having the ability to witness the laying process gives citizens a greater sense of appreciation.
There you go, Natty the fan.
So if you get the opportunity, it's
and there you go, Pumpkin the cat. Yeah.
You to think differently about this.
Yeah, they do this like 5 times a season, Golganak. Yeah, yeah. It's like once every 10 days, I think it is.
Special Trinidad and Tobago, as Excellency Peter Cavendish talked about. So I want to just thank everybody. I'm really happy that you're here. And yes, it is a little different experience, but it is something that is absolutely worth it.
On Sunday, the heaviest turtle weighed at Matura Beach to date made her way to lay her eggs. The turtle, which weighed 1,100
Holy cow, 1,150 pounds? That's nearly as much as 50 gift subs. Urgle Wurgle.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Urgle Wurgle, holy moly. What do I even say? Thank you so much for that support. Phenomenal. Yes! Thank you for that. Thank you for supporting my mission of science outreach and education here, Urgle Wurgle. That is tremendous, and I appreciate that more than I can say. Thank you.
Oh, what time and oh, what fun playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
And thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. Trying to get a hype train kicked off here. Let's see. Phenomenal. Thank you, Urgle Wurgle. I appreciate that more than you know. Holy moly.
And it's therefore likely that we're here today because, by the luck of the draw, dinosaurs who had been dominant over mammals in ordinary times got felled in a mass extinction.
Thank you, Chaotic Kitten, for the 11 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Fantastic. I am deeply grateful. Urgle Wurgle, holy moly. There are 50 lucky chatters and lurkers who won't have to watch a single ad on this channel for the next month. 50 times 30, that is 1,500 ad-free viewing days that you've just gifted to this community. I appreciate that tremendously, Urgle Wurgle. Thank you, thank you. And no choo-choo. I don't know. We'll see. People could prod it a little bit with some more bits or something and see if that prompts a hype train, but I'm not sure how that works. We've got like a... I set the hype train thing in my dashboard to algorithmic, so I don't think there's a set number. That is like 5 tens. Holy cow, Lenina. Just
Oh, what time.
Fantastic.
Playing tag with you, Iguanodon.
And thank you, Golganek, for those 100 bits there. Brilliant. Really appreciate that. Gesundheit. We might be less than an hour out from our last hype train. I think there's like a 1 hour cooldown. So we'll see.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I often do, Tim Insman. Thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
Hi, train time. Choo choo.
Gesundheit. We might be too soon after our last hype train. We'll have to see. Lenina, thank you, thank you. And what is this? Well, well, well.
Hi, Mike.
Oh, Lisa, there's a little present for you lying in the driveway.
Let's see if it works.
Why, really?
Oh. Sorry, Lenina.
Oh, I wasted $5 on these.
Well, you didn't waste $5 there, Lenina. That all goes towards supporting this mission of science outreach and education, and I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Excellent. Yeah. It's hype train in spirit. There you go, Pumpkin the Cat. There you go. Maybe next time, says Lenina. Maybe. Yeah. If anybody else wants to see if they get the other ending for that, they can try with 400 bits or more. Yeah. Anyway, where were we? Well, maybe it's not a hype train, but maybe it's a dinosaur train? A while ago, I was working on a remix of this.
1,000 bits can make a wonderful difference in promoting the appreciation and understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Hogan. I really appreciate that. Spirit train. Or a dinosaur train. Why not? You know? Why not? Well, it looks like even that's having a little bit of difficulty starting.
Dinosaur train. Dinosaur once upon a time there was a mom. Her name was Mrs. Pteranodon. Sitting on her nest, she heard a scratch.
Anyway, sorry if anybody has kids in the chat and they've heard this song a million times and now it's stuck in their head. Anyway, yeah. Yeah. A spirit train, that sounds like a ghost car. It would help if the sound would be on, huh?
I mean, these are professional lawmen and...
Oh my God, it just disappeared! It's a ghost car! Ooh. There are ghost cars all over these highways, you know.
Hold me.
Only if you hold me.
I think we might be experiencing a ghost train at the moment. Thank you, Hogan, for the 1,000 bits. Thank you, Lenina, for the 400. Timinsman for the 100. Golganek for the 100. Chaotic Kitten for their sub. Hogan and Victorious and Urgle Wurgle, 50 gift subs there. Incredible. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Superb. There we go. Let's see if I can find you a clip of... nesting tourism. Again, you can, if you have the money and the desire, you can book a trip to see leatherback turtles nesting, and I've heard from people that it is life-changing. I don't have that kind of Skrilla to do this sort of thing. But if you do, I've heard that this is incredible. Here.
There is a place in Trinidad and Tobago where the land meets the sea, where we immerse ourselves in the wonder of the earth and find hope in a new world. It's a place where every journey brings you closer and closer to the thrill of discovery. Trinidad and Tobago supports one of the world's largest populations of nesting endangered leatherback turtles. About 6,000 leatherback and hawksbill turtles visit our shores to nest in the safety of protected beaches every year.
That's so cool.
These beautiful creatures can weigh up to 800 pounds. They travel thousands of kilometers from as far as north of Canada and east of Africa to the safe beaches of Trinidad and Tobago. Months later, our shores are inundated with new life as baby turtles spring forth from the nests.
Incredible.
Conservation, adventure, discovery. Trinidad and Tobago's rich biodiversity is a wonder to behold. The thrill of experience, the memory of a lifetime. Come and experience the serenity of Trinidad and Tobago.
And see leatherback turtles, you know? Yeah. I think it's pretty well established at this point that if you really want to save a species like that, in a world that is in many ways ruled by the almighty dollar, the way to save a species like that is to make it a source of income for people. These are areas that have been heavily exploited by other countries. Colonialism's really done a number on a lot of these nations. Like, their resources have been extracted by people from other countries, and then the people who actually live there, they're not left with very much. And so poverty and despair take root, and that's also really harmful to the local wildlife because, well, if people are living a hand-to-mouth existence there, if they're barely surviving, of course they're going to dig up turtle nests and eat the eggs. Of course they're going to kill nesting females and eat them. If your family is starving, like, of course that's going to happen, you know? But if those species like leatherback turtles can become a reason that tourists come and visit and hand over their money to you, then suddenly you have an incentive to protect them. And that's illustrated here. Incredible. And hang on a second. I actually have an idea here. Give me a second. I bet you, since we have this reversed, this is from the BBC, and when we put these VODs up on YouTube later, check out the YouTube page, by the way, if you ever want to catch any of our streams. If you ever want to search any topic that we've been talking about here on Paleontologizing, all of our VODs go up on YouTube later. Claire Burr, one of our moderators, does a wonderful, wonderful job of putting all these broadcasts up on YouTube in perpetuity so that we can go back and look at those whenever we want. VODs on Twitch expire after 30 days, 60 days, something like that. Not so on YouTube. They're up for as long as YouTube exists, I guess, or until YouTube starts charging for this sort of thing. But anyway, with BBC, when we put these clips up there, they often get copyright flagged. So I'll do this thing where I reverse the footage and then send the audio to a different track so it doesn't get logged in the VOD, and so that way it doesn't ruin our VOD for YouTube. But when I try and do closed captions here, see how they're reversed? I bet you we can do something clever here. Give me a second, and I'll see if I can figure this out. Here. Let's go here, and we'll grab this source. I'm just thinking of this right now. Copy. We'll go to this scene, and paste. I'll take that, and I'll put that there. But now what we're going to do is it Alt? How does this work? Shift? Nope, hang on. Not Shift, it's got to be Control. How do we crop it? Gosh darn it. It's Alt, isn't it? Why isn't this working? Hang on a second. Should be holding Alt. I'm doing that. It's not working. Oh, no, there we go. Yeah. Okay, excellent. Okay, got that. And so we just want to have the closed captions there. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, looks like this will work. Yeah, we got it. Beautiful. There we go. You're welcome, YouTube folks, watching in the VOD later on. Even though you won't be able to hear the audio, because the audio track won't go to the VOD, you'll at least be able to look at the subtitles. Nice. Wait, and Claire says we also didn't get the audio track just now? Wait, what? You can't hear the audio anymore? I'm sorry, is the video silent? You aren't hearing the... Oh, that's due to a Windows update. Hang on a second. Okay, hang on. That should do it. Okay, sorry. Let's start this over. Sorry about that, everybody. Live broadcast, sometimes these things happen. Sometimes when you do a Windows update, it messes up all of your settings, your audio settings in OBS. And you don't know that until you start streaming, because suddenly some things just stop working, even though you didn't change anything. So here we go. Let's continue. Yeah. Can you hear it now? And Mr. Matt, it is mirrored now. But, okay, here. I'll explain real briefly what I just did. The video is mirrored, and the audio will not go to the VOD track, but you can still hear it live. It's still being broadcast live, but it won't show up in the VOD track, which means when it goes to YouTube, the audio from the video will be muted, so we won't get copyright struck. And the image is flipped as well, to avoid a copyright strike. But, check it out. I have a separate, cropped, non-flipped part of the video here, so you can still read the subtitles. Got it? So the main video here, this one, is still flipped, but the subtitles are not, so you could still read them. Sorry, I realize for anybody, any like programmers or OBS experts here in the chat, they're probably going, oh yeah, of course. Big whoop. But I am not a programmer. I'm a paleontologist. I'm proud of myself for figuring this out. So let me be happy about this. Oh, and a VOD, that stands for video on demand. So VODs are... Here. you go to a Twitch page...
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
And thank you there. Diamond 17. 44 months of support. Thank you. Here. If we go to... videos, these are the VODs. The VODs are just the recordings of prior streams. Video on demand, VOD, VOD. Does that make sense? So these are all VODs. They naturally fade away. They have a half-life, you know? Well, not even a half-life. They expire. They disappear after a month, 2 months, something like that. Here, view all. What's our oldest one? Okay, 60 days. They last for 60 days on my channel. But we put them up on YouTube. We upload them to YouTube, and they're there forever. So yeah. So not more for ambassadors. I think once you get Twitch Partner, it goes to 60 days. Where originally, I think for everybody else, if you're an affiliate, it's 30 days. I think Partner's at 60. At least that used to be the case. Anyway, enough behind-the-scenes nonsense. Let's get back to what we were talking about here. Leatherbacks, and kind of a model for helping protect these charismatic species like this through tourism. Check it out. I'm gonna go blow my nose. Hang on. And Fiery Faye says, as a Brit, I've grown up with Sir Attenborough on my TV since I was a child. Yeah, I was going to say, like, you folks in the British Isles made a big mistake not electing him as king recently. You know, you had your chance. He was right there. He should have been the new king, but... nope. Apparently not, you know? Some sort of rule book or something like that says he couldn't be. Sometimes you gotta, you know, bend the rules a little bit for the sake of everybody involved. Anyway, I'm joking, but you really should have made him king. It's a massive oversight there. But I'm heartened by how many times Attenborough has showcased leatherback turtles over the years. I think he has a real fondness for these animals. And how could you not? They're incredible, you know? But I think they're one of his favorites. Because there have been a number of other times. We search, you know, Attenborough leatherbacks, and you'll find various examples. I think he's particularly fond of them. It's funny, they're not, I guess this is the BBC being particularly litigious about this sort of thing. But, anyway, here. Attenborough. Is it Life on the Margins? The margins of the land. There we go. This is the finale of this episode. These are not leatherbacks here. These are loggerhead turtles, looks like. I see the big head. Oh, Ridley's. Never mind. There we go. This is the finale of this episode. Yeah, really cool. I'll give you a link so that you can watch this segment if you'd like to. With a timestamp, so you can go right to it. But yeah. They're so charismatic, you know? Like, they're so... How can you not get excited about these creatures? They're just absolutely superlative in so many ways. You know? Just astonishing. We will get back to them in a couple minutes, but I'm just realizing... Well... Here, we've got 51 minutes left for Metazoa. Let's finish up talking about leatherbacks and conservation like this. And then we'll jump into Metazoa right before it closes. Here we go. Jeez. It is a brave thing to do. Holy cow. Yep. So how do you do that? How cool is that? So people who used to be driving these animals toward extinction are now their biggest advocates. I mean, that's incredibly cool. And that's how you do it, you know? It's not like local people want these animals to go extinct. It's just their personal interests and the interests of the animals are at odds. If you can change the situation so that their interests are the same, then you're in business, you know? Then things can change for the better. How cool is that? So let's see if I can find you... It's funny that you would think there'd be all kinds of like video pitches about this. Sign up for nature seekers, take a vacation here, and I'm not finding it. There. So this is probably the premier organization, Nature Seekers, that does this kind of ecotourism like this.
Nature Seekers is a community-based organization established in 1990 with the support.
Look at the leatherback right on the sign.
It has
so
seen
cool.
a great deal of activities in turtle conservation and has ventured into other areas of natural resource management.
Leatherbacks are kind of their flagship
In the
thing, I think.
1970s and 1980s, poaching and slaughtering of turtles were rampant on the north and northeastern coasts of Trinidad, identifying that this problem resulted from the actions of the community residents. A collaboration with the forestry division led to the very residents becoming the solution.
There you go.
The community
Yeah.
of Matua rose to the challenge and has been foremost in turtle conservation ever since. The formation of their community-based organization, Nature Seekers, is viewed nationally and internationally as one of the best working examples of a partnership among state, private sector, and the community. This success is also a result of the guidance and support provided.
So here they're weighing this turtle. That's what this rig is for, this whole tripod and everything. When they've got nesting females on the beaches, it's important to collect this kind of data for conservation. This isn't just, hey, let's make money by showing tourists these turtles. This is a real scientific data gathering operation, you know? This isn't some Mickey Mouse nonsense. This is the real deal.
Dinosaurs are the absolute prerequisite to the evolution of large mammals and to our own existence for that.
And Meepo Dweet, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Thank you for clicking that follow button. I appreciate it.
Provided to Nature Seekers by Dr. Scott and Karen Eckert of the wider Caribbean Sea Turtle Conservation Network.
A real dinosaur?
Arc Titanus says, you sound exactly like my paleobiology professor. I feel so engaged. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's wonderful to have you here. Shoot, I hope you stick around and let me know if you've got any questions or anything. It's great to have you here. The whole point of these broadcasts is to provide, well, an inside peek into how paleontology really works, whether we're doing field work out in Utah or Wyoming live on stream, or whether we're going over new scientific papers, or just kind of talking about what folks are interested in. Q&A, all that good stuff. Yeah. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for the kind words. Welcome, welcome.
Network Widecast. This mentorship was key in shaping the standards by which the organization operates regarding sea turtle conservation and community development. Having functioned for 25 years with the leatherback turtle as its flagship species, Nature Seekers has ventured into various other fields. Nature Seekers as an organization has internally recognized the fundamental need for sustainability if it is to continue in its field. Without drifting away from its core purpose, it has been revealed that sustainable livelihoods of the residents are key to the sustainability of both Nature Seekers and the environment.
Nice.
As such, the organization has embarked on projects such as recycled craft, deforestation, education and awareness, ecotourism, recreation and water sports, and youth development. Nature Seekers is a relevant partner in the protection of the natural resources.
Anyway, very cool stuff. I didn't have the time or the funds this year to do this, but, and maybe it'll be something that I pursue next year, maybe in a more official capacity. But, we have an organization here in the San Francisco Bay Area called the Oceanic Society. And this is actually the same thing where, wildlife encounters. got to go on a trip to the Farallon Islands to go whale watching and bird watching, which was incredibly cool. I got to do this past November. The Farallon Islands are these little islands off the coast of San Francisco, here in California. So, California, San Francisco, and the Farallon Islands are right... Where are they? They're I think 27 miles off the coast. They're right out here. Farallon Islands. There they are. Yeah, really important bird habitat. There's also all kinds of white sharks that hang out here. Fur seals, sea lions, elephant seals. All kinds of critters call this area home. So I got to go on a little trip there through Oceanic Society. But another thing that they have... Shoot. Komodo Islands, whale sharks, Costa Rica, Trinidad, leatherback turtle volunteer trip. Incredibly cool. This is the sort of thing that, and if I had more time and more money, I would have already done this. I'm hoping maybe I can get involved with this kind of thing in a more official capacity, but I need to make some more connections in the sea turtle world before any of that becomes possible. So anyway, yeah. Anywho. Well, that's very cool, Top Trike. Wow, really neat. Yeah. Anywho, Claire's asking, do we have an answer about those fake eggs? Fake eggs? You mean the sags, Claire? The shelled albumin gobs? I think that's still kind of a mystery. Like, why leatherback turtles just lay all those non-egg eggs. They're like eggs without a yolk or without an embryo inside. And they're often small, they're often weird shapes. It might just be that the mother leatherback turtles just kind of turn into egg production machines during the nesting season. They're going back, I think, about once every 10 days to the nesting beach. They'll go there and they'll lay like 100 eggs. Leatherback turtles actually hold the record for the largest volume of eggs laid over their lifetime of any animal in the world. It's pretty incredible. Massive volume of eggs. But there are these other things called shelled albumin gobs. Sometimes they get called spacer eggs, too. But sag is kind of the official term. So you've got the regular eggs that are about the same size and shape as like a table tennis ball, a ping pong ball. But then you get these little ones that might be weird shapes. They don't have a yolk, don't have an embryo inside. They're almost like false eggs. They're called shelled albumin gobs. And it's a big mystery, like, why do they do this? Is it an anti-predation thing? Do they lay a bunch of these at the top of the nest as like a shield? Like sacrificial false eggs? So that any predators will eat those and leave the regular eggs alone? Is it something to space out the eggs that have embryos in them? To give them a better chance of hatching? Is it something to do with, like, air circulation? Or if you have these spacer eggs in there, these sacs, then they don't have an embryo inside that's sucking up oxygen and stuff? Or is it just a byproduct? Since these mother turtles are just producing so many hundreds of eggs, they'll do like 500 eggs during a nesting season, something like that, or more. Their bodies are just in overdrive, just turning calories into eggs. Where it's like, okay, we're kind of out of embryos, but we still have a bunch of shell and we still have a bunch of albumin. We gotta get rid of it. So, there it is. These are all hypotheses that have been floated for why they produce these. And it could be a, you know, ¿por qué no los dos? You know, it could be a bunch of different reasons. We don't really know. At least that's my impression right now. I would be eager to... Here, I'll put it this way. Hopefully when we're in Florida and we're talking with leatherback people there on stream, I hope to get a better sense for what the current thinking is on this. Is there a general consensus that's emerged in recent years that I'm not aware of yet? We'll see. Yeah. And Diamond 17, yeah, those are ideas that have been floated, but just because something happens to work in a certain way doesn't necessarily mean that that's why that thing originally evolved, you know? Figuring out the why of evolution is often really tricky. So yeah. Leninus says that's exactly what I said. The ¿por qué no los dos? Yeah. Yeah, it could be a bunch of things. It's... Yeah. Anyway, we can get back to leatherbacks if you want to, but I need to...
Everybody wants the dinosaur.
And Schmin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. We gotta do Metazoa before I forget. And then we could do Clipping Goat of the Week, or we could wait till tomorrow. Given that I didn't stream on Monday, we won't lose any clips. They won't time out. But let's do Metazoa right now, before we run out of time. We've got about 35 minutes. Our daily animal guessing challenge. Gotta figure out what our mystery animal is today before it resets. And it's being real slow. Holy cow. What's going on, Metazoa? Let's try and open the page from Google and see if that works. It's... Oh man, we might not get to do this today. If they're having server issues or something. It seems like this has been happening more frequently. We might be unintentionally DDoSing Metazoa. If it's becoming so popular that they kind of can't handle the traffic. Well, we'll see. You had to refresh a couple times today, says Lenina. Oh boy. Yeah. Huh. It's still not loading. Rarely run into these interesting Petrodactylus, yeah. I wonder if there's any reason why it would be more likely to lag in the hour before it turns over each day. Huh. Loads fine for me, says Charlie Dragon. Interesting. Having some real difficulty. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Okay, nice. Date times are the bane of programmers, says Sherman. Is that real? Is that true? Huh. Okay. Anyway, let's dive into it. We've got a mystery animal today. We gotta try and figure out what it is. If you know it, don't say it. Last thing I'm trying to do here is cheat. I don't want that. We want to figure it out fair and square. But, I like to play this game pretty much every time we stream, whenever I remember. Because, it's an excellent opportunity to talk about phylogeny, talk about how different critters are related to one another. Because this is kind of the underlying idea beneath all of biology. Living things are related to one another. They have common characteristics because they share common ancestors. As far as we know, all life on Earth is descended from one ancestral species that lived about 4 billion years ago, maybe 3.5 billion years ago, give or take. All life on Earth is related, from quinoa to ladybugs to kelp, to you and me. We can illustrate those relationships in a grand tree of life like this. When we assign to say that two living things are related, we don't just mean that they look similar or they've got the same vibes or whatever. We mean that they are literally related. That they come from the same ancestor. Just like you're related to your family members, you know? You share a common ancestor with your siblings, and then a more distant common ancestor with, say, your cousins. You might have the same grandparents as your cousins, but you got the same parents as your siblings, you know? That's true of all living things, from mushrooms to redwood trees to, well, to animals. Metazoa only deals with animals, though. So we only have 1.4 million species to guess from. There's actually fewer programmed into the game. But we try and narrow it down using an evolutionary family tree. This game is kind of heavily tilted toward mammals. There's definitely a mammal bias here. So I usually like to start off with a mammal because sometimes that saves us a number of guesses. So, chat, give me the name of a mammal. Preferably not a marsupial or a monotreme. I like to start off with placental mammals because just based on the numbers, it's almost always a placental mammal if it's going to be a mammal. Claire says moose. That's a good one. A moose is a kind of artiodactyl. It's kind of cervid, actually. It's a member of the deer family, which is within Artiodactyla. There's a lot of artiodactyls. It's a good clade. We'll start with moose and go from there. And it might really take a minute to... Oh boy, it's going to be real slow today, huh? That's okay. Manul. I don't even know if they have Manul avocado. That's a Manul is a kind of cat, right? But yeah. And Hogan says aardvark. So aardvarks are a kind of afrothere. I'll show you. So they're related to things like sengis, aka elephant shrews, and elephants and manatees. Aardvarks. They're the only living member of their family, I believe. But yeah, they are a kind of afrothere. So aardvarks are related to elephant shrews, elephants, tenrecs, golden moles, and manatees and dugongs as well. Kind of crazy to think that an aardvark is more closely related to a manatee than it is to, say, an anteater or something. I think it used to be thought that these guys were related to anteaters and armadillos, but nope. They're more close to manatees than they are to them, which is neat. Oh, Metazoa is taking forever. Holy cow. We guessed moose, and it's still trying to load. Ugh. Yeah. I'd suspect it's choosing a kind of sloth as today's species. Well, shoot.
Access denied.
We got a bad gateway here. I guess we got to refresh. Confirm form resubmission. Let's see here. If it'll reload for us. I don't know. We might have to miss out on Metazoa today. I'm not using a VPN. That slows things down too much, Lydia. We've got really good internet here where I live. Like gig speed internet. I'll show you. After it runs the speed test. But yeah. It's not the fastest today, but it's maybe a little, maybe slightly slower than usual. Yeah, here we go. 849 down, which is actually kind of low for what we normally get here. Usually it's closer to 900, but 932 upload speed. It's pretty good, you know. So it's not an internet speed issue. I wonder if I can. Oh, there we go. Okay, I refreshed it. It's working. Good. Okay. This might be a thing where I could like delete the cookies from this site, but then we'd lose our streak, you know. But I bet you we've just done this too much and it's clogged up with cookies or something. I don't know. Yeah. Because it remembers. Yeah, I'll show you later. Anyway, so our critter is not a moose, but it is a vertebrate. It is a bony fish. And yes, indeed, moose are a kind of bony fish. Let's jump to moose here. Genus Alces. Yeah, Kitten says, might need to clear cache. Well, if I do, then I'll lose my streak, which I don't want to lose. So I'm not going to do that. But yeah. Alces americanus is the moose. Same genus as the Eurasian elk. I think it's so funny that this is what they call elk in Europe, but whatever. So, moose are a kind of mammal, and mammals are a kind of tetrapod, and tetrapods are a kind of... there's mammals. Mammals are a kind of amniote. Amniotes are a kind of tetrapod. Tetrapods are a kind of dipnotetrapodomorph, which is a kind of lobe-finned fish. All of these animals are evolved from a lobe-finned fish that came up onto land. You know, something like this. Like good old Tiktaalik. It's funny how that image is really taken off. Anyhow. Which is a kind of bony vertebrate. So all of these critters are fish, strictly speaking. From an evolutionary perspective, a lemur is a fish, a bunting is a fish, a penguin is a fish, a moray eel is a fish, whatever kind of Actinopterygian here this is also a fish. Euteliostomi is the name of this clade, and that's what we've got here. So our critter is not a moose, but it is part of Euteliostomi, the bony fishes. You have other kinds of fish that aren't bony fish, like, say, the sharks and their relatives are cartilaginous fishes. But our critter here is a bony fish, Euteliostomi, which tells me that our mystery animal has got to be a ray-finned fish. Because you've got two kinds of bony fish. The lobe-finned fish, including tetrapods, and the ray-finned fish. Our critter has to be a ray-finned fish. Because it says Euteliostomi, but it's not a tetrapod, not a lobe-finned fish. It's got to be a ray-finned fish. So I'm going to pick some kind of teleost fish. The vast majority of ray-finned fishes today are teleosts. Euteleosts, in fact. So let's do something like, I don't know, clownfish. See if that gets us anywhere closer. Okay, our critter is a percomorph fish, but it's not a clownfish. So we are... I really hope we don't get stuck in percomorph hell, in purgatory, because there's so many species in this clade. It's like 17,000.
The search for dinosaur bones begins in a place like this.
Cinnamon Road, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing?
Search has succeeded with their 4 co-explorers.
Cinna, it's wonderful to have you here. How was your stream? I hope it was really good. How are things? We are currently fighting against time to try and finish this game of Metazoa before it resets 20 minutes from now. We have to try and figure out what our mystery animal of the day is. We know it's some kind of percomorph fish, but what? There's, holy cow, there's like percomorphs. Holy moly. There's still 18,000 species. Oh boy. Anyway, it's great to see you, Cinna. Welcome back. Choop the Burger says brachiopods. So brachiopods are not part of this group. Brachiopods are invertebrates. They're pretty far away from here. We've narrowed it down to percomorph fishes. But it's not, I guess, clownfish. And Metazoa says, nope, not a clownfish. Best I could do for you is Percomorphaceae. So let's figure out where clownfish are, and then we know to go to the other side to do a guess. So clownfish. Oh boy, it always does this. Hang on. Clownfish. It doesn't have the common name for clownfish, so I always have to find out what the genus name is and copy and paste that in. Here we go. So they're over here. So what I'm going to do is look at some of the more basal clades here. Who else do we have within Teleosta? We do have... Let's try something like tuna or they don't have skipjack. Let's try tuna. They're fairly basal within Percomorpha, I think, right? I think tuna are part of this clade. Excuse me. They are. Good. Let's try that. Let's try tuna.
Hold on to your butts.
Okay, that didn't get us any closer. Oh boy. It's not a tuna, Mayor Space. Yeah, you're right. Not a tuna. I'm afraid we're getting stuck in purgatory here, in Percomorph hell. Where's perch? Percomorphs, this whole group of fishes is named after the perch. Percidae, who are down here. Let's try perch and see if that gets us any closer.
Hold on to your butts.
No. And it's not narrowing it down with any subclades here. That's really frustrating. Oh boy. Percomorpha. So this includes a bunch of different groups. Most of which are not even in Metazoa. It does have the sticklebacks. It'd be really cool if it were a stickleback, but I don't think Metazoa has that. Yeah, they don't have stickleback. Hey. No. Surgeonfish, anglerfish.
Soldiers and their weapons would be powerless before the onslaught of the beast.
Don't have grouper. Sorry, the what? The who? I didn't catch that. One more time? Again? Would you mind repeating? I'm sorry, I'm not getting that. Iverius, thank you for the 12 months of support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Good stuff. Good stuff indeed. Anglerfish are also part of this group, as are... I'm trying to figure out who else they would actually have programmed in a Metazoa. They're not going to have things like eel pouts, or tube snouts, or weed whitings. They might have anglerfish. Ocean sunfishes, pufferfishes. You know, Tetradontoidea is probably an overrepresented clade in Metazoa. Let's try that. Because I bet you they've got pufferfish and sunfish. They don't have porcupine fish, but they do have pufferfish. They don't have ocean sunfish. Okay. Let's try...
Some dinosaurs developed protective armor to guard themselves from beasts like Tyrannosaurus rex.
Thank you, Nell, for the 45 months. I really appreciate that.
5 years of paleofauna. Wow, that's a lot of months.
It is a lot of months. Thank you, Nell, for keeping me here online with your ongoing support. That means a lot to me. Thank you. Paleofauna and flora, I should add. We will be talking about fossil plants one of these days. It's on the calendar. When is that? Monday the 13th of April. International Plant Appreciation Day. We'll talk about fossil plants, son. Thank you, Hogan, for the 100 bits. We got Hype Train. Excellent. Or Hype Train on the horizon. But I really got to try and finish. We got 15 minutes to try and figure this out. Let's search angler. Let's try anglerfish and see if that gets us anywhere closer.
Hold on to your butts.
Here we go. No. But we at least know it's not part of clade Eupercaria now. Finally, we have a subclade here where we know it's not part of that. Thank you, Golganek, for the 100 bits. Lovely. Thank you, Golganek.
Exclamation mark.
Okay, we know it's not part of this clade. Eupercaria. Okay. So we know it's not going to be any of these guys. No scorpion fishes, no banjo fish, no surgeon fish, no rovers or triple tails or scats or boar fishes. And we know it's not a puffer fish, at least. Okay. Good to know. But it could still be...
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
We know it's not going to be part of this family. Oven, Lataria. Thank you, Fiery Faye, for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Could be a billfish, like a marlin or a swordfish. Could be a barracuda. We know it's not going to be part of Scompiformes because we already guessed tuna, and it's not one of those. gourami, but I don't think they have that in there. Let's try barracuda. They do have barracuda. Ooh. Shall we?
Hold on to your butts.
Let's try it. Ha ha ha! Yes! Got it in 6 guesses. Not too shabby. Not too shabby for a percomorph. Holy cow. That's a really tricky clade. There's so many species. You got to 6 today as well? Well done, Petrodactylus. Well done. Yeah. Alright, we got it with 12 minutes to spare. Not too shabby. I'll post that to Blue Sky here. There we go. Tricky clade today. But I got it. There we go. Average guess is still only 5.2. Pretty good. Yeah, excellent. Yeah. That was huge in finally getting out of purgatory. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah, yeah. I love how excited you get about Metazoo and Petrodactylus. That's fun. Again, when we're... I love this game because it helps illustrate the concept of tree thinking like this, you know? It's such a magnificent opportunity to talk about evolution and common descent and how critters are related to one another. And then each day we have an excuse to talk about a new animal as well. And we feel like we've really earned it, you know? So, let's see if we can find a quick video on these critters. Here we are. Well, we'll set the mood here. There we go.
It might seem like the name barracuda is for a single fish species, but it...
Oh, nope, hang on. Nope. Here, we'll,
entire family of fish. There are somewhere between 20 and 30 classified living barracuda species.
Nice.
These fish are generally easy to recognize because they have slender, torpedo-shaped bodies and a menacing underbite. Well, maybe menacing isn't the best word to use. Barracudas have a reputation similar to the piranha, in that they've been sensationalized as aggressive and mean, but in reality they aren't so bad. Heck, people...
Yep, in fact, what was that? Yeah.
You yell barracuda. Everybody says, huh? What? You yell shark. We've got a panic on our hands on the 4th of July.
I do feel like people are afraid of barracuda, though. You know?
So bad. Heck, people even swim with them. This isn't to say that barracudas never attack humans, but that there's actually some reasoning behind their rare attacks on people. Now, I'll absolutely admit that having a fish that can reach up to 6 feet in length, swimming up to 35 miles per hour directly at someone doesn't sound fun. But it's not necessarily the diver these fish are after. Barracudas mostly eat other fish, and most of these other fish are shiny. Barracudas primarily use sight to hunt, and the fish they typically hunt glisten in the sunlight. So when a barracuda sees something shimmering on a diver, like a buckle or a knife, it wants to inspect the shiny thing. Normally, the fish will realize the object isn't food as soon as they get close enough, which admittedly can be bumping straight into a diver, but then they'll leave with no harm done. Barracudas are found throughout the world's tropical and temperate oceans. They can also inhabit brackish water and may do so especially when they're young. Barracudas reproduce by spawning.
How gregarious they are.
Eggs
There's
are
so many.
fertilized externally in the water column when male and female barracudas release their sperm and eggs simultaneously. The hatchlings will grow up in shallow water estuaries among protective vegetation. The small barracuda babies will remain here until they reach about 2 inches in length, at which point they'll venture out into larger habitats like mangrove coastlines, seagrass beds, and coral reefs. Once they get a little bigger, they're ready for the open ocean, and, depending on the species, may live to be a decade old. While some barracudas do reach upwards of 6 feet in length, as previously mentioned, others may barely be more than a foot long. While the record-holding barracuda weighed over 100 pounds, most individuals don't even reach half that weight. These fish have 2 rows of teeth. The outer row of teeth are sharp and used for tearing flesh, while the inner row of teeth are long and used for holding.
Airspace is. Psh, I get older than that. Yeah, I weigh more than twice as much as the world record barracuda. But I mean, to their credit, my teeth are not nearly as good for tearing flesh. You know?
Prey in place. Some of their teeth also point backwards to help.
Mini pie. Yeah. She's like, yeah, and she knows it. She's like, you go bite me, and I don't even care. Watch. See? She's like, what is it, amateur hour? She's not even scared.
Secure, slippery fish. Barracudas will eat smaller prey whole, but larger prey they will try to snap in half with their large mouths. Otherwise, they just take large chunks, like the way a cookie cutter shark would. Specific prey to barracudas include tunas, jacks, groupers, snappers, killifish, anchovies, herrings, and more. Some barracudas travel in schools, but others tend to be found alone. Predators to barracudas include sharks, tuna, and grouper, and they're also eaten by humans. However, they can be toxic for human consumption, so people have to be careful. For more...
That would make sense that they'd be toxic for human consumption, because they are like bioaccumulators. So, like, being up in the food chain, they eat so many other species. So if there's heavy metals in some of those fishes, then that means that barracuda are, like, accumulating that. All the stuff from, all the stuff that's in their prey, they're accumulating that in their own bodies. Does that make sense? Yeah. Speaking of which, where is that? Speaking of heavy metals. Mini Pie, you're not being the most helpful right now, I gotta say. Gosh darn it, where is that? Hang on, I'm being stubborn here, and I want to actually figure out where this track is. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's the B. Well, I guess this isn't... All right, it's not heavy metal. Do we have any music genre experts in the chat? Does black metal fall under the umbrella of heavy metal? Is it a subcategory within heavy metal? There we go. This track is called Black Metal Without Distortion is Just Surf Rock. Which I suppose is true. Lenina says yes. Alright. Bunch agrees. And here, I bet you we can find the original track here. There we go. And there you go, okay, Hibiscus. Shout out to this guy. This is so cool. Happen to chat in. There you go, Toilet Kidder. Yeah. You get the idea. Yeah. Anyway, somebody here is looking for some payment again. Man, these greedy landlords. Just always looking to get paid all the time. Multiple times every day. Huh. Yeah. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got. Oh, you got crazy eyes, Mini Pie. Uh-oh. I gotta be careful not to get bitten by your flesh-tearing teeth. Or treat-tearing teeth. There you go. So I have to be careful not to give her too many treats at once, because she'll get distracted and start eating another one before she's done with the first one, and she'll just leave crumbs everywhere. Huh. Oh, you looking for more? Okay. Try those. And thank you, Bozman, for the resub. I appreciate that. Good stuff. I appreciate it. Mini Pie appreciates it. Yeah. Murphberful says, what dinosaur is the most cat-like? That's a difficult question to answer, because cat-like how? In terms of personality, or size, or fluffiness? There's a number of different ways I could try to answer that question. Clean all this cat saliva off the desk and all these treat crumbs. Ugh. So cats are a kind of mammal, so they're not related to dinosaurs.
The wingspan of this flying monster would have been about 15.5 meters.
Thank you, Bozman, for the prime there. I really appreciate that. Yeah. It is a beautiful open-ended question, and I appreciate it, Marf Buffel. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you for the kind words, and for the follow. Glad you're here. Thanks for clicking that follow button. So, famously, cats are a kind of mammal. So mammals are over here on our tree of life. So dinosaurs and cats, not close relatives. There's mammals there. Cats are going to be up here within Boreoeutheria, within Laurasiatheria in particular. There's mammals. In order to get to dinosaurs, you got to go over here to the reptiles. And then dinosaurs start right here. Birds are the only living group of dinosaurs. This tree doesn't really show extinct groups for the most part, but the non-bird dinosaurs should be right here. So it's a long distance from the mammals. These two lineages split about 330 million years ago, maybe 340, something like that, so don't have a lot in common. But if we're talking about, I don't know, I guess it depends on what you call cat-like. So if there were a dinosaur group that I would think is cat-like, it might be just based on vibes. Maybe the dromaeosaurs? What often get called the raptor dinosaurs. This is critters like Deinonychus and Utahraptor, Velociraptor, Microraptor. And what's cat-like about these guys? Well, they were probably ambush predators. They don't seem to be adapted for really fast running out in the open. Probably not. Like, their hind limbs are often kind of stocky when compared with some of their relatives like the ornithomimosaurs, or even their close relatives, the troodontids. The troodontids may have been faster runners than these guys. Yeah. And, I don't know, they're probably pretty clever. They've got sharp claws. I think this is one of your aquatic ones. This is like Natovenator or something like that. But yeah, I don't know. I think of these guys as being vaguely cat-like. Like a cat, they've got 5 sharp ends, if you count their 4 limbs plus their mouthful of teeth. Some of them probably climbed trees, like some cats do. Yeah, but a better way to think of dromaeosaurs is that they're like big, weird, ground-running birds, as are most theropod dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. I hope that answers your question there, Murphle. This is a good answer for a question that asks you which orange is the best apple. There you go. I appreciate your self-awareness there. I think you'll fit in here just finely, Murphle. Finally?
Need to salute the paleontologist.
Thank you, the 30, for the follow. Maybe, like me, you would also say,
I like turtles.
Is your username a reference to turtles, or am I finding meaning there where none exists? Thanks for the follow. Welcome. Yeah. Cast the Dreamer asks, are any quadrupedal dinosaurs carnivorous? Are there any quadrupedal carnivorous dinosaurs? The answer is no. Oddly enough. It's kind of an odd thing because dinosaurs start off bipedal. The earliest dinosaurs were critters like Eoraptor and Eodromius and Panphagia and critters like that. Little two-legged, mostly meat-eating dinosaurs. These were the first dinosaurs to evolve. All the dinosaurs evolved from critters that looked like this. So, even though later on, you get an astonishing diversity of different kinds of dinosaurs. They all start off pretty samey. You know, like this, I guess. But what's interesting is that the meat-eating dinosaurs, the theropod clade, these guys, including the living theropods, the only dinosaurs that are still around, they're all bipedal. They all walked on 2 legs. Unlike other clades of dinosaurs like the long-necked sauropods, the plated stegosaurs, the armored ankylosaurs, ornithopod dinosaurs go quadrupedal, so do basically all the other dinosaur clades except for pachycephalosaurs. They all eventually go quadrupedal. Theropods never do. The meat-eating dinosaurs, they never go quadrupedal. Why? You know? You don't really know. I guess it's just this is a remarkably adaptable body plan. And a part of it is also, I guess, having the need for speed. Most of these dinosaurs were predatory, the theropods. And if you're going to be a dinosaur that moves onto all fours, generally it means that you're slowing down, you're evolving a bigger gut for digesting plants. You're not really living life in the fast lane, whereas the theropods, being critters who were adapted for running down and catching prey, in many cases, or flying in the case of birds, you need to be lightweight. And that overall theropod body plan, this scheme that they have, let's run around on 2 legs, it just works really well. So yeah. And do we see any scavenging quadrupeds, asks Ms. Blue Skies. There have been some suggestions that maybe the ceratopsians, your horned dinosaurs, that maybe, you know, they've got big nasty beaks on the front. Maybe they could have eaten meat if they wanted to. Like, if they stumble upon a carcass, they'd be like, yeah, I'll have a piece of that. I'll have a bit of that. But this is pure speculation. So here's a famous Mark Whitten illustration of a Styracosaurus eating a dead Tyrannosaur. Maybe they would do that. Maybe ceratopsians were kind of like pigs, where they're like... Pigs are like, hey, look, the farmer fell over. Let's eat him. You know? Pigs will eat kind of whatever. These guys certainly have the beaks and the teeth to be able to cut through meat if they want to, but they don't have any other adaptations that seem relevant to predation, you know? And yeah, like Cass the Dreamer points out, there are modern plant-eating animals that will eat meat on occasion. We'll have a bit of that, you know? But there's a difference between what can animals do and what did they evolve to do. Like, what are they adapted for? You know what I mean? So, like... Sure, elephants can stand on their hind legs. But are they really adapted to do that? Animals can push their limits in certain interesting directions. But is that really like a natural behavior that they're exhibiting very often? Are deer really going around hunting down birds to eat? Like, no, but if they see a bird there, they might be like, oh, that's a source of calcium. I might as well snarfle that up, I guess. You know? And the same way that, like, I don't know. Maybe this is not a good analogy, but I'm a vegetarian, you know? I don't eat meat. But, like, if I'm on a road trip and I order some veggie burgers from a fast food joint and they accidentally throw in a regular hamburger with it, and I don't realize that until I'm already 100 miles away on the road trip, I'm like, okay, I guess I'll eat this and hopefully I don't get sick, you know? Actually, that is a bad analogy. I don't know. I was raised to think that it's a sin to waste food. I don't, like, you shouldn't do it. So, yeah. But yeah, probably feel it in the morning. Yeah, maybe Toilet Gator, yeah. Yeah. I'll eat anything out of frustration. There you go, Zeal. Yeah. Excuse me. Goodness. Sorry, I've still got the remnants, the last remnants of cold symptoms from last week. Still getting over those, even though I'm feeling good again. You could probably hear in my voice a little bit of congestion, sniffles, coughs, that kind of thing. Very cool. Murph Burful says, I was at the museum yesterday. I found out my hometown was home to giant bison, mammoth, about 20,000 years ago. Yeah. I'm guessing you live somewhere in the northern hemisphere. North America and Europe and big parts of Asia were home to these big megafaunal animals just not too long ago. I, living here in the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, there are fossils of camels and ground sloths, mammoths, and Pleistocene horses, critters like that, all over the Bay Area. Because they lived here until very recently, in the grand scheme of things. And if you live in North America or Europe, well, same is true of where you are. It's pretty cool to have that kind of connection like that with the Pleistocene. But in the grand scheme of things, that was so recently. Holy cow. So you look at a time chart like this, you go, oh, well, we're living today in the Holocene, and the Pleistocene wasn't that long ago. And you go back in time, and there's the age of dinosaurs, Cretaceous, Jurassic, Triassic. But chat, what's wrong with this here? What's wrong with this picture? What button do I need to toggle here? It's not scaled exactly. Yeah. No scaling here. If we want to actually get a sense for how long ago these things were, you click linear time. There we go. The Holocene doesn't even show up anymore. It's so short. Here's the Pleistocene. Here's the Cenozoic era, the age of mammals. And then here's the Mesozoic, the age of dinosaurs. So much longer. Mammals have only ruled the Earth for the past 66 million years. And even then, only barely in a lot of cases. Contrast, like, just the Cretaceous period, the last period in the age of dinosaurs, is longer than the entire Cenozoic era. So in the grand scheme of things, the Pleistocene, this time when we had all this cool megafauna walking around, from woolly rhinoceros to mammoths up in Europe to, shoot, all these cool critters. This is like last Thursday, geologically speaking. It is so recent. So yeah, it's important to have that perspective, you know? To think that the first people to reach North America, they would have encountered giant camels, huge ground sloths, mammoths and mastodons, and short-faced bears, saber-toothed cats, and dire wolves, and giant bison, like you see here. These critters were just here just a few thousand years ago. And in fact, it may have been the arrival of humans that caused their extinction. Yeah. And there you go, avocado. Yeah, it is a cool painting, isn't it? Yeah. A geological hinge where we have evidence of the first people. Oh, cool, Murph Purple. Neat. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Hey, Key says it would be so cool to see animals like that still. I mean, there are places in the world where you can see remnants of the Pleistocene megafauna. But there's a continent today that's famous for that. It's, Africa. There are parts of Africa today. There are countries on that continent where you can still see mammalian megafauna walking around. Elephants, giraffes, rhinoceros, hippos, Cape buffalo. These are all mammalian megafauna, and like in the truest sense of that word, I guess. And interesting how this is the one continent where that kind of megafauna is still, I'm not going to say abundant, but you still have a bunch of species of megafauna like this. I guess Southern Asia, you also have that. India, that region. You get elephants, you get rhinos, although they're very rare. Maybe end of list. But in Africa, I mean, you have elephants, you have 2 species of rhino at least, you have hippos, Cape buffalo, giraffes. So I think that's all of them. That's pretty impressive. And it might be because these critters had the longest time to evolve alongside our ancestors and adapt to living alongside us pesky humans, you know? Everywhere else in the world, when human beings spread out from Africa and covered the globe, we were just like a blitzkrieg force. Just, those big animals didn't know what hit them. In South America, North America, in Australia, or in Europe. Anyway, that's one idea for why Pleistocene megafauna went extinct around the same time that we show up. Yeah. But yeah, the scale of the continent itself is already difficult. Yeah, and people don't realize how big Africa is because map projections like the Mercator, they tend to understate the size of Africa. Like, they make Greenland bigger than Africa, for crying out loud. Greenland is not very big. This is a better approximation for the actual size of the continents. Africa is huge. It's the second largest continent, isn't it? After Asia? Or Eurasia? Yeah, here we go. So this shows how big Australia, China, and the United States are compared to Africa, Europe, and the rest of Eurasia. Africa is enormous. It really is. Yeah. According to Jeopardy, Africa is the biggest? Asia is definitely a larger continent than Africa. Yeah. In order from largest to smallest in area, 7 are Asia, then Africa, then North America, South America, Antarctica, and Europe. And Australia, or sometimes Oceania or Australasia. So yeah, but part of this is going to depend on where you draw the boundaries between these different continents. Like, are Europe and Asia are really different continents. And where do you draw the boundary between them? Is it in the Urals? Where Europe gets its name? Or, yeah, anyway. Anyhow, yeah. But anyhow. Interesting to think about. Where were we? What were we talking about? We were talking about barracudas, and then we went off in all kinds of different directions here. That's the beauty of a live broadcast, I guess. Yeah. Oh! Let me show off some of the t-shirt designs I did this week. Speaking of North America, I made a special t-shirt design to commemorate the continent I live on. Let's find that. Here we go. I was talking about this last week, and then I finally took the time to draw it out. Let's see, North America design. There we are. Oh, I should open up the Photoshop file, huh? Because the image itself I have ready for printing on a transparency, so I can burn it onto a silk screen and then print some shirts. But it's not going to look right. There we go. Behold, a North America t-shirt design with an iconic North American critter. You get it? Does anybody get the joke? We talked about this last week. I'm glad you like it, Lenina. Lukai, it is a starling, yeah. It's a European starling. Which is an animal that's very, very common in North America today. It is invasive. But yeah, in case Kucha says, where can I sign up? I was going to print these just for me, or maybe for some friends and colleagues. But maybe we'll do a merch fundraiser pretty soon, and I can print a bunch of these live on stream. I think that would be fun. But, yeah. Because that one dude says Ms. Blue Skies, and apparently that's not actually true. There were a bunch of people who independently released European starlings. But yeah. Anyway, so that's one t-shirt design. But I made a second one. I'm like, I'm on a roll here. So I have another North design. I thought it was funny. Yeah. Is this mean-spirited? I don't know. Maybe it is. But I found it amusing. For anybody who's not from the US or doesn't get the joke, this is Mount Rushmore, which is in South Dakota. It's on basically all of the marketing and everything for, like, if you see it here. Search South Dakota t-shirt, and I'm actually shocked at how few of these have Mount Rushmore on it. This is like the iconic image for South Dakota is Mount Rushmore. Yeah, South Dakota. South Dakota. South Dakota. Did I do a stream for Mount Rushmore when I was in South Dakota? I think I might have. Anyway, it's, honestly kind of underwhelming. You go there and you're like, that's it? Okay. But anyway, I thought this was funny. Yeah. It might get me punched in the face in that part of the world, but it makes me chuckle. Yeah. I streamed from around Rapid City, says Jandra. Let me see if... Did I do a Mount Rushmore stream? No, apparently not. Huh. We'll see. We'll see. Charlie Gator says it was a really nice view until someone carved some silly faces into it. I don't know, I kind of feel the same way, and that's why I... And here, what I'm going to do here is... Let's see what this will actually look like on a t-shirt. Copy image. DPI, that'll work. Alright, so take this. Latin image. Do not save. Center point there. Shrink that way down. Oh, hang on. Too much. There we go. That. That's not right. Yeah, it should look like that, but... Yeah, good enough. Anyway, that's kind of the idea. It'll look like this. People don't seem as amused by this one as the Starling one, and that's okay. Anywho. And setting later to screen should get rid of the white. No, I'm supposed to have the white. That's the thing, is that it'll be printed in white ink. I actually want to get rid of the black part. So what I'm going to do here is... go like this. Okay, and then rasterize layer style. Select color range. There we go. And delete. So it should look more like that. Oh, hang on. Ah, sorry, I had the wrong view. Wrong scene. Yeah, more like this. Because it's only white ink that I'm going to be using to print. I only have a one-color press right now. And so I had to design things in a clever way so that we could kind of get halftone patterns using only white ink. But yeah. The white stroke adds a lot, says Petroclus. Yeah. So that's the idea. Anyhow. But yeah, I'm hoping to print some more t-shirts this week, if I have time. We'll see. Got a lot of other things. And no, I've never been to Waco Mammoth National Monument in that sense, but I've been to the Mammoth site in South Dakota. I went there the day before, the day after I went to Mount Rushmore. I've heard the Waco site is really cool. I haven't been there myself, but I've been to a different mammoth site. There we go. And here's a VOD from there.
Yeah. And there you go, Chuck. That have been unearthed. Well, many of them are still in situ here, and it's going to be very, very cool. For anybody who's watching for the first time, welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny. So, the car.
My car right there.
Pocket. This goes along here. 26,000 years ago, which is very recent indeed in the grand scheme of Earth history. Yeah, I'm on a big road trip right now, going across the United States, visiting different museums and field sites and stuff like that, and streaming whenever I can. I'm trying to bring the wonders of the American West and its fossil riches to you at home. And also to encourage you to visit these places if you ever get a chance to. So I'm in Hot Springs, South Dakota right now at the Mammoth site. This is truly incredible. So this building is actually built over the fossil remains of more than 50 Columbian mammoths. I think they have 58 mammoths in total. It's like 56 Columbian mammoths and 2 woolly mammoths. Oh yeah, pretty awesome. Take a look at that. So it's just a jumble of bones right here.
So you see the underlying sandstone here, and then a bunch of...
This is kind of a chunky, blocky mudstone.
Mudstone, sorry.
Which is the remains of a sinkhole pond. And so I did a little bit of reading about this site before I came here today. And yeah, apparently through very, very careful study of these rocks and the way that the bones are arranged and everything else, even remnants of footprints in some of the sediment, I've been able to deduce that this was an ancient sinkhole pond. And so basically how this worked was there was a sinkhole kind of around like a spring. And a sinkhole is basically where ground kind of gets eroded away and you get this natural pit that forms. And yeah, mammoths would come by here living in social groups, and then occasionally one of them would actually slip down into the sinkhole part itself. It would be too steep for it to get out, and the animal would exhaust itself, or maybe it would drown, and then it would die and get preserved here.
So I'll give you a link so you can watch the rest of this if you would like, and I'll give you a timestamp there too, so you can start from this exact spot. Save yourself some time. But yeah. Imagine if ghosts were real, all the ghost insects everywhere says Smurf Purple. I know, right? All the ghost micro organisms. In case Kuchin says same thing at La Brea. Now La Brea is different in that it's more of a predator trap, or in some cases a scavenger trap. But there's meat-eating animals that are overrepresented in La Brea. The mammoth site, there's a bunch of critters here, but mammoths are the most common here. Or at least they're the critters that get the most attention. At La Brea, you have dire wolves, who are, I think, the most common large vertebrate. And then you have saber-toothed cats and other predatory animals. And then there's a few mammoths and ground sloths and camels and horses and stuff in there too. But that was like actively drawing in meat-eating animals who would smell prey there, and they would get stuck, and then other predators would smell them, and they would get stuck, and you just have all of these predators just getting stuck all the time. The mammoth site, it's apparently all young male mammoths. Because I guess they were the most rebellious, they'd get into trouble. They're also off on their own in bachelor herds. So it's a different kind of mechanism for preserving these critters, and you've got a different bias in who shows up there, if that makes sense. Yeah, Mammoth Party, there you go, Murph Purple, yeah. And O'Bannon says, have you been to Dinosaur National Monument? I have. And I've streamed from there multiple times.
Especially if you're interested in
trunk is completely
dinosaurs.
covered with...
Yeah. Pretty awesome. Here's a link to this VOD too.
Very, very cool. Yeah, this is such a magical place. This is really something. And it's so wonderful that this was protected and has become... It's kind of funny, like...
Why is it funny,
in a
Dan?
place like this, I'm sure there were people who balked at the idea of making this protected federal land at the time. They're like, oh no, we don't want government coming in here doing this or that. This is now like the basis for the local economy.
Yeah,
the town
that's why
of
people
Vernal,
visit.
the town of Jensen, like all these towns surrounding this.
The town of Dinosaur, Colorado.
People come here because of this. I mean, it's not only are the fossils being protected, not only is this a wonderful outreach opportunity, not only is this people's chance to, come and take their picture next to fossils and just experience these things firsthand, it's also a boon for the local economy,
Yep.
This is how things should.
Pretty cool. That's an entirely different situation too, where this was a floodplain. So in a... Here we go. Nope, that's not the right image. There we go. Yeah. This is a floodplain where a bunch of dinosaurs lived and died. Maybe a whole bunch of them died during a really severe drought, and then when the rains finally came again, they came torrentially, and you had a bunch of these carcasses that were buried. And we know that they were buried by flowing water. We even know the direction of flow because of how the fossils are arranged. But we know that a bunch of these carcasses had been lying there on the surface for a long time because they're disarticulated. It's not like you had dinosaurs buried whole. They had died previously, their bones had been scattered around, and then later they were buried. So a different situation from like La Brea or from the Mammoth site, if that makes sense. Yeah. And, oh, very cool, Abandon. Yeah, you grew up in Colorado? Nice. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah. And Ms. Blue Skies says, isn't there a German word for well-preserved assemblages like these? Lagerstätten. The Lagerstätten often connotes like a certain degree of preservation, where you even have like soft tissue being preserved. To the point where you can get invertebrates like this. Dragonflies with their wing membranes intact. You can get fossil fishes like this. Is this Nicia right here, I think? Or is that Diplomistus? With soft tissue preserved as a film like that. I have one of these here in my office. One of the few genuine fossils that I have here. This is my Diplomistus from the Green River Formation in Wyoming. It's a beautiful example of a Lagerstätten. But, there's the bones in there that you can see, but there's also like a film, a preserved like halo of the actual original organic material, all of the soft tissue, the skin and flesh and everything. Pretty cool, right? That's the sort of thing that you can get at one of these remarkable fossil sites. There's a fossil horse there. That's annoying that this is from a creationist website. It sucks that like so many of the top image results on Google are from creationist websites, like organizations that are actively hostile towards science. But anyway, yeah. And there you go, Ms. Blue Skies. Yeah, really cool stuff. But yeah. Anyway, pretty neat. But yeah, they will steal your photos. There you go, Murph. Perfect. Yeah, they do that. Anyway, if you want to learn more about Lagerstätte, there's a decent Wikipedia article about it. In fact, we might even be able to find a video. Lagerstätte. Yeah, so it's a German word. What is it? I always forget what exactly it means, but it's a fossil site where you have excellent preservation. I don't remember the literal etymology, the meaning of it, but let's look it up. It's like something book collection or something. What is it? Lager, storage, lair, and Stadt, place. Storage place is what it means. I gotta remember that it basically means this. Yeah. Oh, and Conservat Lagerstätte. Offer exceptional fossil preservation. Okay. There you go. So a Conservat Lagerstätten is where you have, like, incredible preservation, like soft tissue can be preserved. Whereas a Lagerstätte is just like a really good fossil locality, where you get lots of critters. If those critters have exceptional preservation, yeah. Conservat Lagerstätten offer exceptional fossil preservation, sometimes including preserved soft tissues. Yeah. Nice. Anywho. And there you go, Lukai. Okay. Yeah. And Murph asks, is it possible that there are more medium to small critters found downstream, pushed further by the same event as Dinosaur National Monument? Not only is that possible, it happened, Murph. Yeah. So you can follow that same bedding plane at Dinosaur National Monument further downstream and find pieces of the same animals and find other smaller critters too. There. Let's see here. I want to say there used to be a video about this, like a talk on that depositional environment. But I'm not seeing it. try this. Hey Marika, how you doing? Welcome, welcome. So there are multiple other quarries at Dinosaur National Monument that are active dig sites. There's not much actual digging going on right now under the big, like, building. They want to basically leave that static for people to be able to enjoy. But there's other work that's going on across the ridge. And at other spots, too. So there we go. Here is the actual shelter there, so I think this is...
Maybe there's even dinosaurs.
Oh, there's many dinosaurs here. Coffee Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, I love this little shot here. So here's an active dig site here. And that is just across the way from where the building is. And so you can see they've built it on the hill. So this is tilted up like that. Or rather, like this. So it used to be flat. It's been uplifted like that because of orogeny, mountain building activity. So this used to be a horizontal floodplain here, and it's been tilted up. You have to look at this kind of thing and think about these things in this way if you want to actually be able to trace those layers along to other ridges and be able to find fossils from that same event. Murph Burfel says, are all dinosaurs horrific skeleton creatures and affronts to God? Oh yes, definitely. Like this one. They're all gigantic, too. I mean, shoot, look at this one. Yeah. Anyhow. This video seems so quaint. There's Earl Douglas there. Made a big discovery at Jensen, Utah.
Earl Douglas was a paleontologist who worked for the Carnegie Museum. Got a directive from the Carnegie Museum to come check out some reports of dinosaur bones.
Carnegie Museum in Pittsburgh. Oh, this is great. It was actually really forward-thinking of them to bring a video camera along here. That's not a joke. This is actual footage from the early 20th century. I'm sure this is something of a reenactment, like, but it's from that time. I'm sure, like, after they found some of these fossils, they're like, hey, let's bring a guy with a camera along and document this. There you go, Murph, yeah. Nerduino, how's it going? Wait,
In
what?
August of 1909, he walked up to the top of a hill, and there was a spectacular set of dinosaur tailbones out in bas relief in the rock and just plunging down into the ground. And when he started digging, I'm sure he had no idea the size, the immense size, and the abundance of dinosaurs that this quarry would turn out to produce.
This is like cutting-edge outreach at the time, bringing a camera along.
If we look at the shipping records for just the Carnegie Museum, they actually shipped about 700,000 pounds of fossils from here back to Pittsburgh. That doesn't count the amount of rock that was removed to get to the fossils. That's the fossils that were jacketed and crated up, loaded on buckboard, and then taken to the railroad system. Yeah. And that's the remains of somewhere around 410.
And Murph asks, is 10 species probably every dinosaur in that habitat? No, there would have been more. In fact, that's the weird thing about the Morrison Formation, is that There's still dinosaurs kind of hiding in there that we've only ever found one of. Like we can... I can off the top of my head, like, tally out a bunch of different dinosaurs. Tally out. I can list a bunch of dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation, from Dinosaur National Monuments. You have your famous ones like Stegosaurus, Allosaurus, Apatosaurus, Diplodocus. Then you have things like Barosaurus and Camptosaurus and the true king of the dinosaurs, Dryosaurus. What else is known from Dinosaur National Monuments? I think, did I say Ceratosaurus yet? Ceratosaurus, Camarasaurus. How could I forget Camarasaurus? Most numerous of the Morrison dinosaurs. Who am I missing? Well, other dinosaurs from the Morrison Formation. You have dinosaurs like Gargoylosaurus and Mimorapelta. That brings us to 11. You get big carnivores like Torvosaurus. You get littler carnivores like Coelurus, Taenicolagrius, Ornitholestes.
Fantastic animals.
And there we go. Thank you, George from New York. There's 2 Morrison dinosaurs there. Both of those, I think, are from Dinosaur National Monuments. Allosaurus and Camptosaurus.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
Thank you for the gift sub there, George. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. So we're up to what, 15 already? Then you also have other dinosaurs.
The tier 1 sub to Biosalagudke.
You have stegosaurs like Hesperosaurus, who don't get a lot of attention yet. You get critters like Eudodon, which used to be considered the same thing as Camptosaurus. You get critters like Nanosaurus. There's a bunch. But yeah. Anyway, the Morrison Formation. We can look at a faunal list. Wikipedia is helpful for stuff like this. Fossil content. List of dinosaurs of the Morrison Formation. Here we go. There is a good number of them for certain. Ichnotaxa here. A bunch of different dinosaurs. So a lot of these are not going to be valid. Gargoylosaurus, Mimorapelta, Alcovosaurus, Hesperosaurus, Miragaia, may or may not be from the Morrison. Stegosaurus. And sauropods, holy cow, we've got a bunch. Haplocanthosaurus. Suacia, Amphicelius, Apatosaurus, Ardetosaurus, Atlantosaurus, Barosaurus, Brontosaurus, Diplodocus, Gallimiopus, Catodocus, Supersaurus, Brachiosaurus, Camarasaurus, Dystrophius, and theropods, Allosaurus, Ceratosaurus, Elaphrosaurus, maybe, Coelurus, Ornitholestes, Taenicolagrius, Martiosaurus, Torvosaurus. There's a bunch of dinosaurs from the Morrison, so certainly more than 10. But exactly how many is a matter of debate. Because how many of these guys are really the same thing? You know? And how many of them actually lived at the same time, too? Because there's a lot of temporal range within the Morrison Formation. We're talking 5, maybe 10 million years, something like that. We're still kind of figuring this out. How much time is represented within the Morrison Formation? So how many of these different dinosaurs are really the same dinosaur at different times? They just look a little different. How many of them can we really call different species because they lived at different times? How many do you have direct ancestor-descendant relationships for? So, like, are they really different species if it's the same lineage evolving and changing over time? There's a lot of questions here. And they're all questions that are worth asking, worth thinking about, for trying to really understand this ancient environment as it existed and changed over literally millions of years. So, yeah. EcoWallet, thank you for the 42 months. I appreciate that. Thanks for keeping me here online. I appreciate it very much. Yeah. Any ontogeny versus species debates in there? All over the place, Miss Blue Skies. Holy cow, yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. I counted 71-ish? Yeah, Murph, it's... 71 sounds way too high to me. Some of these are going to turn out to be the same critter, but... yeah. And then there's going to be new ones that just sort of pop up every now and again. Ones that we didn't even suspect were in there. You have ones like, oh shoot, what's it called? There was that surprise troodont that showed up in the bottom of a sauropod jacket. It's a little bonus dinosaur. Hesperornithoides is what it's called. Hesperornithoides. Little troodontid from the Morrison. Excuse me. So yeah, a little tiny guy. Although that might be a juvenile, who knows? Like, they may have been much larger when full grown. Yeah. So the specimen may represent an adult or subadult individual. Yeah. This certainly looks like a juvenile. Those proportions just scream immature to me, but... anyway. So this critter was only named in what, 2005? Nope, hang on, 2019, never mind. Shoot. Yeah. So we're still finding new dinosaurs in the Morrison Formation, even though there have been paleontologists excavating dinosaurs from the Morrison since the 1870s. We still have new dinosaurs kicking out every once in a while. New species emerging. It's pretty cool, you know? Yeah. All the dinosaurs at Dinosaur National Monument are roughly the same time, right? No, Murph, actually, within Dinosaur National Monument, within the borders of that park, that monument, you have Jurassic and Cretaceous strata. You might even have some Triassic in there somewhere. But, yeah. Yeah. And I think I have colleagues working on a brand new dinosaur from the Cretaceous from Dinosaur National Monument. So you got a good chunk of time in there. Within the quarry wall at DNM. These are all from the same time. They're all from roughly the same geological horizon. So, like, everything that you see here under this roof is all stuff from the same age, basically, as I understand it. But in other parts of Dinosaur National Monument, again, it's a big place. It's a sizable chunk of land, and the majority of it is in Colorado. But the Quarry Visitor Center and most of the dinosaurs are from the Utah side. But anyway, it's a lot of land there, for sure. This is the sort of thing where Dinosaur National Monument should have an operating budget that's 10 times bigger than what they get, you know? Like, it is such a magical place. They need better funding. They should have a crew of 100 paleontologists working there, instead of, like, 2. Again, if the federal government knew what they were doing, they would be pouring money into this. But obviously they don't know what they're doing. I really think the National Park Service should be... holy cow, they should get 100 times the budget what they currently have. It's criminal what the federal government has done to that agency. But anyway, yeah. And what span of same time, like a million years for Murph Burful? For the quarry wall there? We're talking about like maybe the same couple years or something for this. Like, if this was one seasonal flood event that deposited most of these fossils, we're talking about, like, maybe a year or something like that for this. We're not talking about a million years for this particular quarry wall. We're talking about easily within the lifetime of a person, maybe as little as, like, a year. As I understand it. I think this is thought to be one singular event here. But then you go to other parts of the park and you might be traveling through millions of years, looking at these different rock horizons like that. But this one horizon, I think, is like a year or a season or something like that. So yeah. All the critters on the wall live together at the same time and place? Yeah, basically, Murph, yeah. Yeah, good question. That's the thing, when we're talking about, like, stegosaurs, for instance. We've got, it seems, several different species or genera of stegosaur from the Morrison Formation. Oh, here, that's lovely. Okay, let's grab this. Go into Facebook together. There we are. Nice. So here's ornithischians of the Morrison Formation. Stegosaurs are the biggest ones. Stegosaurus ungulatus, Stegosaurus stenops. These may or may not be the same species. Or they might be the same lineage over time. Again, so much of this stuff is still pretty hazy. Like, we need to figure out exactly when these specimens are from in time, if we want to figure out if one evolved into the other. Or maybe these are two species that split and they lived at the same time thereafter. Same with Hesperosaurus here. Like, what's the deal with this critter? An Alcovosaurus, is that a real thing? What's going on there? We know that there's some movement between North America and Europe at the time. Oop. Oh, come on. There we go. Go to 150 million years ago. Here's North America at the time. Dinosaur National Monument would be right there. But at the time, you could walk, and many dinosaurs did, it seems, from North America over to, say, Portugal. We find very, very similar dinosaurs from the same time and place from right here in Portugal. So they must have been able to move across, at least recently enough that you get extremely similar dinosaurs.
If you're feeling a bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
And thank you, Jayco, for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. So you get stegosaurs and allosaurs and brachiosaurs and diplodocids and other dinosaurs like that over here at the same time, or roughly the same time. So we've got good evidence that there was some kind of movement going on here, whether it's via land bridge or island hopping or whatever. Very similar faunas show us that you could move from place to place at the time. It's really cool. And Alcovosaurus doesn't hide in small places, says George from New York. I don't know what the etymology of Alcovosaurus is. Let's look that up. What's the etymology? Usually we've got that right at the top. It seems like, an oversight. Alcovosaurus, named by Galton and Carpenter in 2016. In reference to Alcova, where the specimen was found. In an alcove? That's not very helpful. Is there a place called alcove? Wyoming. Oh, in the Alcova Quarry. Okay. So that might be a person's name or something. I'm not totally sure. Yeah. Interesting. Alcova, Wyoming. Is that a place? It is. Well, well, well. Look at this bustling metropolis in the middle of Wyoming. Holy cow. The population was... You ready, chat? How many people live in Alcova, Wyoming? 34. Yeah. I love Wyoming. This sign says population 100. It was 34 at the 2020 census. If we were to extrapolate that out, I wonder... Could be 20 people there now. Who knows? Yeah. Huh. Lukai says that's 33 more than you need to call it inhabited. True. Yeah. Detached garages towards. There you go, George. Yeah. Yeah.
The ponderous Trachodon, 32 feet long and 14 feet high, 1,500 teeth, and not a single cavity.
That's some good dental hygiene there. Spirit of Nature 22, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. I like your username. Yeah. Alcova takes its name from the fact that it is a nest of coves. There you go, Toilet Gator, yeah. Yeah. It's one of these single-room school kind of places. Alcova Elementary School. It is a small rural school with a single classroom. Cool, cool, cool. Wyoming. I'm going to be in Wyoming in June of this year. In fact, I need to wrap things up with this stream because I've got to call up Big E, Ethan Cowgill, and talk to him about Wyoming fieldwork. I'm going to lay out some plans and stuff, so it is about time to wrap up today's broadcast. We're going to go ahead and do that. Excuse me. And let's put a Deinonychus skull under our credits today. Here we go. Our credits are not working. Hang on a minute. Credit check here. Let's do a hard pull. Test roll credits.
Access denied.
Hang on a second. Let's refresh the cache of current page, see if that works. There we go, finally. Thank you to everybody who's about to appear in our credits. Appreciate each and every one of you. Let's find somebody to raid here real quick who might also be doing some science on this lovely Monday evening. Or whatever time or day of the week it may be where you are. Everybody who's watching. Let's see what our options are for sciencey folks doing sciencey stuff. slimmer pickings right now, but... Oh, Science Streams is on. Well, well, well. Good stuff. We're gonna go check out what Blint and or Lita are doing right now. Two scientists, active researchers, molecular and systems biologists, who stream here on Twitch, doing some awesome science outreach. Always a good time over there at Science Streams. Always a privilege to be able to rate in. Thank you to everybody, and our credits from new followers and raiders, to the people who keep these streams going through their financial support. Subscribers and gifters and cheerers and resubscribers and re-gifters and re-cheerers. And of course, our moderators who keep this a safe and welcoming community for everybody, day in and day out. I appreciate you more than you know, mods. I will be joining everybody late today. Tomorrow we'll be starting our stream late, because I've got some sciencey stuff to do in the next town over here. It's going to take me a little while to get back. So don't panic when tomorrow's stream starts late, but we're going to be talking about ground sloths. It's going to be a lot of fun. So anywho, without